Those days are gone forever now, aren't they, Dennis?
Mr. Billman? Stryker?
How you doing, Dennis?
Fine.
Treating you all right?
As well as can be expected under the circumstances, I guess.
They get you anything?
Aside from getting me out of here, I can't think of a thing.
We're working on that.
Which not having any luck.
Luck has nothing to do with it, Dennis. What I need is cooperation.
Cooperation?
From you.
I don't understand.
You haven't been completely honest with me, son. We could be in trouble.
Max. Hey, little brother. Elena, she's all right. Jeb took her back to the hotel room to get some rest. Am I in Houston? New York City. The doctors, they operated on you and took out a bullet. Oh. They say you'll be as good as new in a week to 10 days. How long have you been here? Well, I got here last night when you were in surgery. You stayed all night? Last time I stayed up all night with you, you were 10 years old and had the measles. Thanks for being here, Max.
You didn't like the breakfast menu this morning? I wasn't very hungry, Courtney. Well, Grandma Kate's food will take care of that, I'm sure. You know, you've been making good progress. You might even be able to go home to the ranch this afternoon.
No, I want to stay right here.
Ginny, I know losing a baby must be difficult. But you have to go on with your life.
I can't do that.
Okay, look.
Not yet.
Don't cry. Don't get upset, okay? Ginny, there's a real good chance that you might be able to have another baby.
Not Ryan.
Nurse, could you tell me if Dr. Marshall's in the hospital?
Yes, but she's with a patient right now. If you'd like, you can wait for her in the reception area.
No, I'll wait here, thank you.
Are you going to the hospital to see Jenny?
In a little while. You want to come along?
Yes, but I want to get this soup started first. It's Jenny's favorite, and I want to have it ready for her when she comes home. Did Courtney say when she'd be released?
She said today or tomorrow. Then I saw Steve going down to the stables a few minutes ago.
That's possible.
Why isn't he in school?
Because I let him sleep late.
Is he feeling well?
Didn't you hear him crying last night?
No. What was he crying about?
He was worried about Ginny. He was afraid she was going to die.
I told him that she wasn't in any danger of losing her life.
Yes, I told him that, too. But he started thinking about the baby, and his imagination just ran away with him.
Ginny's made him too dependent on her. That's the problem.
Barry, you were gone for 5 years.
That's not deliberate, Grandma.
I'm
I was
not
taking
blaming you. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons Ginny and Steve are so close. Now, in time, he'll be close to you, too.
I'll have a talk with him and try to reassure him about Ginny.
Well, that will help, I'm sure.
Tried to be as honest as I could be with Steve. Of course, I couldn't be totally honest.
Why not?
Well, I couldn't tell him that the baby his mother lost was Ryan Connor's, not mine. You knew it wasn't my baby.
Yes, I knew.
Why didn't you tell me?
It wasn't my place to tell you.
Who else knew? Courtney, no doubt. Who else?
What does it matter? It's over.
No, it's not quite over yet, Grandma.
Ginny, the hospital has a wonderful counseling
I
service.
don't need any counseling, Courtney.
Might help to talk to someone.
I can talk to Rena. I don't need some stranger to sit down and tell me how I feel about losing my baby.
Okay. Won't push it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you.
It's okay. I understand. I really do. But you can't hide in this hospital forever. I won't let you do that.
I just need a little time to work things out, that's all.
Why can't you do that on the ranch? You can go sit on the front porch.
No,
You
I
can take a
want to
walk-
stay right here.
Okay. Okay. I talked to Barrett this morning.
Did I see him yesterday?
Yes, you did. Not too long after you came down from the recovery room.
I don't remember. Of course, I don't remember much about yesterday at all.
He's coming into town this afternoon.
I don't want to see him. Not today.
Ginny.
Maybe I'll see him tomorrow, but not today.
Ginny, he is your husband. He is upset about the baby.
Then call him and tell him I can't have any visitors.
I can't.
Courtney,
I've already...
please!
I was just looking through the mail, Elliot.
Well, that's why I'm here as well, to see if there's anything Dennis should take a look at.
There is a bill here that looks like it's from our auto insurance carrier. I could have sworn that Dennis had paid for it, but I can't find his checkbook
Oh,
anywhere.
I have it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, he asked me to bring it to him yesterday. He wanted to make out some checks for utilities and rent and things like that.
Rent?
Yeah, the landlord left the notice under the door.
I should be paying that by myself now.
Well, that's up to you and Dennis. Stryker should have him out on bail pretty soon. I suppose you can talk about that then.
Do you think Stryker can do that, Elliot?
Well, it all depends on the DA's accepting Iris's confession. But I hope so. Memories? Painful, aren't they?
Sometimes I think it would be better if I just didn't come back here.
Oh, now look, this is all temporary.
Is it, Elliot?
Stryker says that if the DA reduces the charge from first-degree murder to manslaughter, it's possible Dennis could get a suspended sentence.
And if not?
Well, then, Dennis may have to spend several years in prison.
Oh, Elliot, no.
I know. It's not a pleasant prospect, I know. But it's certainly preferable to him spending the rest of his life there, huh?
As far as Dennis and I are concerned, I don't think it would make much difference to him either way.
Courtney, how's Ginny today?
Physically, much better.
And emotionally?
1 minute she's fine, the next minute she goes to pieces.
I do the same thing.
Well, it's fairly normal behavior given the circumstances.
You told me yesterday that I'd get to see Ginny today, right?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was just going to go call you.
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
No. You can see her for a while. But I do have a favor that I want to ask you.
What is it?
Would you talk to Mrs. Davis from our counseling service? She's had a lot of experience in this kind of situation, and, well, I'm sure she can give you some advice on how to deal with this.
Okay, I will.
Dennis, why didn't you tell me immediately that your mother was in the office the night Chris Shaw was killed?
You're right, I should have.
Why didn't you?
I didn't want Mom involved, Stryker.
By not wanting her involved reduces my chances of getting the first-degree murder charge changed to manslaughter.
Why? Everything's out in the open now. You said Mom went into the DA's office and told them everything.
That's just the point. The DA's office having a difficult time believing anything I say. A man's murdered, no one comes forward, then you come forward, and there's no mention of your mother having been there and wiped away every trace of evidence that you were there.
Look, Mom was just trying to help, Stryker.
I know. And as a result, our credibility has been diminished.
Look, I see that, but you have to understand, I didn't even know about this till yesterday.
Dennis, am I being told all the relevant information?
Everything that I know, Stryker.
Are you positive? Dennis, this is very important.
Look, I know it's important, Stryker, but all I can tell you is what I remember. And right now, that's very hazy. I was drunk, I was angry,
I'll kill you. I swear. You're making a big mistake.
What is it?
I don't know. I keep thinking I'm going to remember something, and then it all just turns into a hazy jumble.
Dennis, if this jumble takes any shape at all, I want to know about it right away. Any shape. We are grabbing at straws, Dennis. Anything.
I promise. What about Mom? Do you think the fact that she wiped off the paperweight will make her an accessory to the crime?
An accessory after the fact. No, I don't believe the DA will press charges. A mother pleading for her son elicits too much sympathy for the jury.
Well, that's something to be happy about, I guess.
I wish I could be as optimistic about your case.
What happens now?
We just have to wait to see if the DA believes Ira's confession. If he does, we go on with our plea of guilty and hope for a lighter sentence.
And if he doesn't?
If he doesn't, you could spend the next 20 years of your life in prison.
Surely you're not going to give up on Dennis now.
I'm not giving up on him, Elliot. I never will. It's whether he's given up on me or not. That's the question.
I don't think so. Look, Paige, don't let Dennis's present state of mind deter you. My God, look what he's been through. It's only natural that he's having trouble dealing with some of it, but it will pass. You just have to have patience.
I don't think it will pass, Elliot.
Well, why do you say that?
Just a feeling I have.
Well, then perhaps the problem isn't all Dennis's. Perhaps part of it is yours as well.
Mine?
Perhaps you haven't forgiven yourself for what's happened. For having made the film.
I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for that, Elliot. Hardly a day passes that I don't regret ever having met Chris Shaw.
But Chris wasn't the only one responsible for what you did.
What?
Well, you said there was someone else involved. A man you were involved with.
Oh, yeah.
He talked you into making the film?
Yeah. I think I would have done anything for him.
You also said that he treated you very badly.
Yeah. I didn't realize until it was too late how badly. They tell you that love is blind, but they don't tell you that it's deaf and dumb, too.
In what way did he treat you badly?
I really don't think I'd like to talk about this, if you don't mind, Elliot.
It still bothers you?
Oh, just a little.
More than a little, I'd say. Is it possible that you haven't gotten over this man completely?
I have gotten over him, Elliot.
But you still think about him from time to time?
From time to time. Not that much.
Have you ever seen him again since he left you that time in Hollywood?
No. Why do you ask?
Just wondered. Did you ever tell Dennis about this man and the part he played in your life?
No, I haven't.
Don't you think you should? Just to avoid any further misunderstandings?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure? I mean, he was an important part of your life. Wouldn't it be best just to have the whole thing out in the open?
No, I don't think so, Elliot. I think it's, some things are just better left untouched.
Paige, you know where this attitude has gotten you in the past.
I just don't think it's a good idea to stir this up, Elliot. I don't think it's a good idea for me, and I don't think it's a good idea for Dennis.
Surely you can't expect me to ignore the fact that she was carrying Ryan's baby.
Now, Ginny was involved with Ryan because she thought you were never coming back. After 5 years, none of us thought you would ever return.
Ginny probably wishes that...
Ginny wishes that you had never gone to war, that you hadn't been captured. But it happened.
And she found consolation in Ryan Connor's bed.
Barrett, Ginny and Ryan Connor were engaged to be married.
She refused to sleep with me until our wedding night.
Oh, that's not fair.
Don't tell me you approve, Grandma.
I was the one who encouraged Ginny to get on with her life, to find someone to share it with, someone to help her with Steve. Be angry with me, not Ginny.
I'm not angry. I'm stunned. I'm hurt that Ginny wasn't honest with me about the baby.
She didn't want to tell you because she was afraid you couldn't deal with it.
Did you encourage that, too?
Well, you had a lot of adjusting to do, Barrett. She didn't want to hurt you any more than you'd already been hurt.
Well, she underestimated my strength, Grandma.
That was a mistake, not a mortal sin.
Yes, I think I can accept that.
What do you plan to do?
Reach an understanding with Jenny. I think we can begin again. Start fresh. Maybe we'll even have a baby.
Oh, Barry. Give her time to mourn her baby. That's very important.
Yes. I know. And then maybe we can concern ourselves with the future and forget about the past.
Do you think that's possible?
You mean because of Ginny's love for Ryan Connor?
No. Because of your jealousy for Ryan Connor.
Ginny married me. She chose to stay with me. She could have married Ryan, but she didn't. And I intend to make our marriage work.
Barrett, it can't work unless you forgive her.
I can do that, ma'am.
And can you also trust her? Can you trust that she wants to be with you and not Ryan?
Yes, I can do that, too. I promise you, Grandma. I'll make her happy.
Ginny.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it wasn't your fault. Don't blame yourself.
Oh, Ryan, I've been so frightened and so alone.
Well, I'm here now, and we're gonna work this out together, all right?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You, haven't finished reading the book I brought you the other day, darling?
No, I haven't.
I was going to bring you another one. I guess it's just as well I didn't. Would you like this one?
I really don't feel much like reading, Paige.
Oh. Well, I could bring you another book, or, how about some crosswords? You said that you and Elliot
Look,
just
what are you
had
trying to do, Paige?
What do you mean?
The books, the crosswords. What are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to help you pass the time, sweetheart, that's all.
Are you? Look, I don't want to talk about books and crosswords and passing the time. I want to talk about our lives.
All right. Let's talk about our lives.
No, all right, let's talk about our lives. It isn't time to help poor Dennis get through a rough time. It's not let's pacify Dennis time. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take it out on you, but I am tired of it all. I'm tired of everybody understanding. Hey, Dennis, I understand. Dennis, I know exactly how you feel. Nobody knows how I feel, Paige. Why don't they understand that? Nobody knows what it's like to sit here and stare at the four walls and think about my life. Our life. What it could have been, what it might have been. We can't have anything.
Yes, we can, Dennis.
It's over. It's through.
No, don't say that.
It's true, Paige.
No.
Stryker came by a little while ago. Said the best I could hope for is 3 or 4 years. I might even go to jail for life.
That's not going to happen, Dennis.
Even so, Paige, it's no good for you. It's no good for either one of us.
Darling, I don't like the idea of our being separated any more than you do. But if that's the way it's going to be, then we're just going to have to deal with it.
No, we're not going to deal with anything, Paige.
Well, we have no choice, Dennis.
We have a choice. We have a choice. I think we should get a divorce.
Why didn't you call and tell me what was going on?
I thought about it, Max, but once we got on that sailor's trail,
Maybe that's Jeb and Elena.
Detective Michaels, New York Police. My partner.
Detective Phillips? Well, Max Decker, what can I do for you?
The doctors have given us permission to ask Ricky Decker a few questions, if he feels up to it.
Well, I'll ask him.
Who's that?
It's the New York City Police. You feel like talking to him?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
How you feeling?
Like a truck ran over me.
Yeah, I took a bullet myself about 5 years ago, so I know how you feel.
My brother tells me that that sailor didn't die.
No, we don't know. He's disappeared.
Well, I'm sure he was hurt.
Maybe he fell overboard. Maybe he didn't.
You guys have any idea why he was holding my sister?
All she says, he was looking for a key.
A key?
A key she claims to know nothing about.
What made him think that she had it?
Well, he thought Bernie Stokes had given it to her.
Well, did he say why, what it was for, what it was supposed to open?
She says she doesn't know.
Well, you believe her story, don't you?
That sailor didn't believe it. He was going to kill her. If he didn't find that key, and he is alive, Lena's still in danger.
What did you just say?
I said I'm offering you a chance for a divorce, Paige. You don't have to make a decision right away, but I think you should think about it seriously. Well, Paige, you have to think about it.
I don't want a divorce, Dennis.
You haven't been listening to what I've been saying.
I've listened to every word, and I'm telling you, I don't want a divorce.
Look, if you're doing this out of some sense of loyalty...
I'm not doing it out of loyalty, Dennis. I'm saying it because I love you. Because we're married. You're my husband.
I was your husband.
You're still my husband.
I'm still your husband. You're out there, and I'm in here. What kind of a husband is that,
I don't want to
Paige?
hear any more about this.
Well, you're gonna hear about it because we're gonna talk about it. And all I've been doing is thinking about it night and day.
Why? Why do you want a divorce?
Can't you see, Paige? Do I have to spell it out in words?
I can see that we're married. That we're husband and wife. That's all
All right,
I
what's
see.
a marriage for?
A marriage isn't for anything.
You're wrong, Paige. You're wrong. A marriage is for companionship. A marriage is for two people who love each other to be together, to help each other through hard times. We can't be together, Paige. I can't help you from in here.
This is not going to be forever.
Well, 3 or 4 years. That's a long time, Paige. That's it could be longer.
Why are you doing this? This is your way of getting back at me for all the things I've done to you.
I'm doing this because I love you, Paige. Because I don't want that love to die slowly without me being able to do anything about it.
Listen, don't worry about Elena. I'll take care of her.
Max, you can't be with her every minute of the day, and if that guy's still after her...
According to Elena, he believed her story about the key.
Maybe that's what he told her. The guy was going to kill her.
Jeb and I think he's leaving the country.
Suppose he doesn't.
The police have an idea on him, Ricky. I mean, they can track him down.
And suppose he tracks down Elena first.
Look, Ricky, he told Elena that he killed Bernie Stokes. Now, that's a murder charge. And he kidnapped Elena. Now, why would a guy hang around and risk getting caught?
Yeah, you're right.
Listen, you better get some rest.
Max, I want to talk some more.
You aren't in any pain, are you?
Those pills the nurse gave me are working now.
What are you thinking?
About Ginny. How terrible it is that she lost a baby.
Yeah, it is terrible.
Is she gonna be okay?
Well, it's going to take a lot of time for her to adjust, but I think she'll make it.
How's Steve?
Well, he's really broken up about it. I think he'll make it too.
What's she looking at, Steve?
Songbird?
Something wrong with her?
No, she's just standing out there like she knows something's wrong with Mom.
She does seem to be very quiet.
Maybe she thinks Mom will never ride her again.
Well, she's wrong. Your mother will be riding Songbird real soon, maybe within a week or so.
I keep trying to believe that.
Your mother will be coming home this afternoon from the hospital. Maybe tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Well, that's what your Aunt Courtney told me. She ought to know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe later we can go into Houston together and see Jenny.
Yeah, but they won't let kids my age visit people there.
I'll wheel her down to the lobby and you can see her there.
Let's go now.
No. There's time, Steve. There's time. Everything will be all right. You'll be fine, I promise you.
I feel bad about Mom losing the baby.
I know. I feel bad, too. But we have to accept it. Try to make the best of it. You know, I think God wanted the baby in heaven for safekeeping.
what Grandma said.
And Grandma's usually right about those things. When your mother comes home from the hospital, we're going to have to help her every way we can. She'll be upset about losing the baby.
Yeah, I know.
Knowing your mom, she'll probably try to hide it. But every now and then, she may burst into tears.
I hate to see Mom cry.
Me too. It's a natural way for her to deal with this loss. So don't let it get you upset. You just put your arms around her and hug her, and then she'll be okay. Think you can handle that?
I think so.
Then as soon as school's out, maybe we'll go on a little trip. Fisher Island, 3 of us. Think your mother would like that?
Yeah, I do.
Don't worry. We'll be okay. It's amazing what love can do. The hard times that it can get us through. That's what got me through those 5 years in the prison camp. My love for you and your mother.
I love Mom more than anyone in the whole world.
Me too, son. And we'll show her that. And that'll help more than anything else.
Are you in pain?
No. I dreamed about you yesterday. I thought you were here.
Well, I wanted to be here more than anything in the world.
I know that.
Do you remember asking Rena to visit me?
Mm-hmm. Did she help?
Yep, sure did.
She's been wonderful to me.
You know, if she hadn't been here, I wouldn't have been able to stay away. No matter what problems it would have caused with Barrett.
I don't remember seeing him yesterday.
You did see him in that. I think he knows that the baby was mine.
How could he?
Well, maybe you told him you were sedated and maybe you thought you were talking to me.
Oh, right.
No. It's all right. It's all right. No. I'm glad everything's out in the open now. It's just going to be easier for all of us. Now that it is out in the open, we can talk about it and deal with it.
Barrett won't be able to deal with it very well.
Look. Maybe it won't be so bad. Don't cry,
I
please.
wanted that baby so much. I thought if I couldn't have you, at least I could have the baby, you know?
Maybe we're going to work this out. I promise we'll work it out.
We can't. There's no way.
Well, Kate told me yesterday that Barrett was very calm and rational about everything.
But if he knows now, I'm so afraid of him. I'm afraid to see him. I'm afraid to talk to him.
You're not going to have to do it alone. Now, I'm going to be with you. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. You understand?
If he finds out that you're here, if he knows now, it's just going to make everything worse.
Ginny, listen to me. I told Barrett that if he ever hurt you, I'd do everything in my power to take you away from him. Well, he did hurt you, and now I'm not going to give you up. You understand?
But he's my husband.
He had no right to hurt you. Now, you have no obligation to stay with him because of what he did to you. Ginny, look at me. You've done everything humanly possible to make your marriage to Barrett work, but you never stood a chance because of his jealousy. Now, that's always going to be the problem.
I know he's sick.
But he won't get help. So his jealousy is just going to make him... It's going to make him destroy himself. Like it's destroying you.
Ryan.
Look what he's done to you. I love you, Ginny. And I know you love me.
Yes. Oh, yes, I do love you.
Then don't go back to the ranch. Don't go back to Barrett.
It's my home.
Please,
Stephen's there.
stay. Don't go back. Stay here with me.
I hate Elena being in New York. Why don't we put her on a plane and send her back to Houston?
We're all going home tomorrow. Including you.
Me?
That's right.
Max, I just got out of surgery.
Stryker arranged for a World Oil plane to take us all back. He even arranged for a doctor to fly with you to Houston.
That's terrific.
You know, there'll be an ambulance here to take you out to the airport, and one waiting for you in Houston to take you out to Gulf Coast Hospital.
Will you thank Stryker for me?
Sure. Actually, it was Rena's idea.
How is Rena?
She's upset about Ginny. And you and Elena.
Well, she doesn't need to be upset about me, and hopefully Ginny's gonna be all right.
So will Elena.
If she's still in danger, if that guy...
Wait. She agreed to come out to the ranch for a while so Jeb and I can keep an eye on her.
Max, you're not gonna try and talk her into giving up her career, are you?
No, if that's what she wants.
The record's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I know. I hear it all the time on the radio.
She's good, Max. She's really good.
I hope so. I hope so for all the trouble she's been through and caused people.
None of this was her fault, Max.
She should have stayed in school. Or gotten a job as a secretary. That Bernie Stokes and that Chris Shaw, that's how this whole mess got started.
Does Stryker still believe that Dennis Carrington killed Chris Shaw?
Dennis confessed.
Yeah, but you said that he was drunk. He didn't even remember what happened.
Stryker's trying to get the murder charge reduced to manslaughter.
You know, the more you tell me about that, the more I think Dennis Carrington didn't kill Chris Shaw.
Your time is up, Mrs. Carrington.
Better go now, Paige.
All right.
Remember what I said.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why not?
Because I have to think, sort things out.
Dennis, I don't think it's good that you're closing yourself off like this.
Why? I may spend the rest of my life in isolation. I might as well get used to it.
I love you. No matter what happens, I will always.
I have to go back.
No, you don't. Don't you understand?
I have to settle things with Barrett.
Barrett's gonna talk you into staying with him. He's gonna play on your guilt.
I can't just walk out on him.
I'm afraid for you. Now, you said yourself that you were afraid, right?
Whatever decision I make is going to affect Steve. I have to consider what's best for him.
Moving into town is the best thing for both of you. Now, I'm gonna go out to the ranch and I'll pick up Steve for you.
No, Ryan, that's not the answer. That won't settle anything. It'll only antagonize Barrett.
You're just not willing to give up, are you?
If Barrett is willing to get help and try to deal with his jealousy, then I have to make an effort.
And if he doesn't?
Then I promise I'll leave him.
Want some more coffee?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's good to have you back.
It's great to be back, darling. Missed you a whole lot when I was in New York.
Yeah, but with Elena disappearing and all, you couldn't have had much time to think about me, much less miss me.
No, you're wrong, Nita. I thought about you a whole lot. Thought about you and Billy Joe Jr.
Won't be long now. There, right there. Feel him kick?
Yeah, I heard him.
Boy.
I tell you, Billy Joe Jr.'s gonna have the best darn life a little kid ever had.
I hope you're not planning on spoiling him.
Hey, you bet I am, darling. I'm gonna spoil the living daylights out of him. I'm gonna be a good father, too. What are you thinking?
No, nothing. You sure you don't want any more coffee?
What is it, Nita? Something's bothering you.
Well, I was thinking. I was thinking about what happened in New York City. Billy Joe, did you have anything to do with what happened to Elena?
Oh, how's my girl? Oh, how are you, honey?
I'm better, thanks.
Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I tell you, it's good to be back on the ranch. It is good to have Elena safe and sound.
Were you detained in New York? I was expecting you a couple of hours ago.
No, we went and we got Ricky checked in the hospital, and then Jeb went and saw Ginny for a few minutes.
Oh, I was there this morning. She's doing a lot better.
Good.
Irina, Max told me about what happened. Now, I really do appreciate everything you did for her.
Where's Max? I thought that he was driving you into the ranch.
He just stopped in the barn for a minute. He'll be in soon.
How was Ricky's trip to the hospital? Did he make it all right?
Well, he was comfortable most of the time, and he's doing okay now.
Yeah, the doctor on the flight that came out with us, he pretty well checked him over all the way there. Yeah.
Ah, hi, honey. Good to have you home. It's good to have everyone home. Come here.
You through with your breakfast?
Yeah.
You got a visitor. My lawyer?
No, Dennis, it's me.
What do you mean it has something to do with what happened to Elena?
Hey, I am sorry I brought it up.
Now, what are you talking about here?
Sometimes you get mixed up with the wrong type of people.
Nita, that hasn't happened for a long, long time now.
Oh, no? You think about that.
What do you mean?
When Bernie got himself killed, you and Elena were using his trailer.
Yeah, well, we started using his trailer way before Bernie came back from Houston. And you know it didn't have nothing to do with Bernie being killed. You know that.
Well, I didn't say that you did.
You're starting to sound like the cops and Maggie and everybody else now.
You know that's not how I feel.
Well, that's the way it sounds.
Well, that's not what I mean.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I love you, sweetheart.
You do.
And I promised you when you came back to me. Remember? You told me that you wouldn't have anything to do with me if I ever got mixed up with those types of people again, right?
Yeah, I remember.
And I promised you I'd never do that again. You remember that, too?
Yeah.
Do you think I'd break that promise to you, Nita? Do you think I'd risk losing you again, huh?
Are you all settled in the Marshall house?
I'm staying in my parents' house.
Oh, I thought you were staying there, Jeb.
Oh, I am. Oh, no, wait a minute. I know what, no, I'm staying downstairs and she's staying upstairs in her own room.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No, really, Rena, there's nothing for you to be nervous about, because, I mean, Grandma Kate thinks it's terrific and everything.
Look, Jeb, it's okay with me. How long are you planning to stay?
I'm not sure yet.
Listen, we were thinking about having a barbecue this week, and we'd like you all to come.
Hey, that sounds great.
Well, Max, I'll tell you something. It's not going to be anything fancy, you understand?
Well, who ever heard of a fancy barbecue?
Well...
We'd love to come. Do you want me to bring anything like a potato salad, chicken?
No, I'm going to help Jeb prepare the meal, and we just want you and Max to bring yourself.
Oh, it's really good to have you back where you belong, Elena.
Max, I'm not going to stay forever.
I know.
Please don't be mad at me for coming here.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you or anyone else. Why should I waste all my energy being mad when it takes all my energy just to get by a day in this place?
I know you told me not to come, but I had to see you. It must be horrible for you in this place. But it won't be for long.
No?
I'm sure of it.
Well, then you must know something that I don't, Mom. Because from what Stryker said, I have a pretty long lease on this cell. If not another one.
Don't talk like that.
Why not, Mom? I can say anything I want. I'm in jail. What more can they do to me now?
I went to the police. I told them everything.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Stryker told me about that. You know something, Mom? I think you deserve a medal. No, you deserve a gold star.
Please, Dennis.
Please, Dennis, what, Mom? Don't face the facts? Don't resign myself the next 20 years in jail?
It hurts me to see you so bitter.
Oh, and heaven forbid that you should be hurt, Mom. After all you've gone through?
I know. I'm to blame for a great deal that's happened to you. I was wrong in not encouraging you to go to the police that night. I know that now.
Well, it's not very easy, you know?
But Dennis, when you couldn't remember...
I didn't have to remember, Mom. All I needed was for you to tell me that you found the paperweight with the blood on it lying there next to me. You could have done that, Mom. You could have reminded me that I killed Chris Shaw.
I didn't want to believe that. Surely you can understand.
I can understand, Mom, that you interfered in my life once again, just like you do with everyone that comes in contact with you.
It's true, I suppose, but I don't mean to.
Well, whether you mean to or not, that's the way it is.
It's only because I love you. Because I want to help you.
Help me, Mom? You call sneaking around and using people helping?
I did it for you.
You did it for me? Oh, come on, Mom. You know, you can't use that ploy on me anymore. And what you did for me, Mom, was to put me right here in jail. What you should have done, Mom, was to tell me the minute Chris Shaw knocked on your door. You should have sent him to me, and I would have told him exactly what to do with this blackmail. You should never have been involved in this, Mom. Never!
Dennis.
Now, do you see why I didn't want you to come here?
Is your mind at ease now that Elena is safe?
Well, I think so. I've been keeping my fingers crossed that she doesn't get in any more trouble, but I won't count on it.
At least you've accepted her career. I'm glad, darling.
Well, I didn't have much choice. She's determined to go ahead with it. And unless I never want to see her again...
Max, I think you can work it out so that both you and Elena will be happy.
Oh, I missed you.
I missed you.
I'm real glad you stayed at your mama and your daddy's while I was in New York.
I couldn't have stayed here. Not by myself.
Why? There's nothing to be frightened of.
It's not that I would have been frightened, darling. It's that I would have been lonely.
Well, one of these days, I'm gonna build you a big house and you'll be real comfortable in it.
Max, it's not the cabin that's lonely. It's being here without you.
Well, I'm never gonna leave you here alone again. That's a promise. You're feeling better. That must mean that Ginny's starting to feel better.
She's coming home this afternoon.
Oh, that's good. She needs that more than anything. To be with people she loves, to be able to sit on the front porch. I think that'll help her get well quicker than anything.
I hope so.
Well, I'm sure of it. Now I gotta get back to work.
You gonna be home for lunch?
You bet.
I'm glad you told me all about what happened. I feel a lot better now.
Yeah, I'm glad too. Because I don't want anything upsetting the mother of my son.
Me neither.
You know, I sure am glad that you took the day off for Maggie's.
Oh, Maggie didn't mind. Besides, it's the least I can do, seeing as we've been away from each other for about a week.
We should just quit Maggie's altogether.
Oh, honey, you know I can't. We need the money.
We're gonna have plenty of money. I mean, once Lena's royalties start rolling in from that record, man, we're gonna be rich.
Yeah, well, until they're due, I'll keep working. Besides, I like being busy. You know, I got an idea.
What?
Why don't I cook you a surprise supper?
Oh, yeah? What?
Well, it's a surprise. I'm gonna go and do the shopping and get the fixings right now.
Hey, you want me to go with you to the store?
Well, then it wouldn't be a surprise.
Oh, yeah, right.
I won't be long.
Yeah, well, I got a couple errands to do myself, but I'll be back in time for supper.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. Now, little Key, it's about time we find out exactly what your little surprise is here.
You're absolutely right. I have made a mess of things. I wish there was some way I could make it up to you.
Stryker's the only one who can help me now, Mom.
It's true, I suppose, but I still wish there was something.
Look, I appreciate the thought, Mom, but I'd really rather you didn't try and do anything more for me. I do hope you understand.
Try not to be too hard on me. With Alex in the hospital, you're all I have now.
How is Alex?
He's the same. The doctors say that for the moment he's out of danger.
There's no chance he'll have a second stroke.
They don't think so.
Well, that's good news.
Yes. But it's as if he weren't really there. He just lies there, staring forward. I talk to him, touch him. There's never the hint of a response. The doctors don't even think he's aware.
I'm sorry, Mom.
To think that it's the same man who was once so assertive, so vital. You know, Alex always had a special fondness for you.
Look, Mom, we weren't going to talk about that, remember?
No, you're right. Not now. It's just that I feel so lonely.
Well, if it's any consolation, Mom, I feel lonely, too.
At least you still have Paige.
No, Mom. I don't.
Rena!
it?
I was just riding over to check on the fences on the North Range. You know what's going on over there.
What is it, Max?
They're putting heavy equipment on the Harper land.
Oh, darling,
Justin is going to have an oil rig up over there in 3 or 4 weeks.
Now, Max, we know what Justin's been doing. We've been expecting it.
Well, I wasn't.
But Max,
I didn't think Justin would be so stupid that he'd go through with it, or that World Oil would waste their money by sinking a dry well.
Justin convinced Alex Wheeler that there is oil on the Harper property.
Well, he's just bluffing. Justin knows damn well there's no oil over there.
Hey, you getting worked up like this isn't going to help matters.
Well, I just can't sit here and do nothing about it.
You know the Stryker is trying to find some legal way of stopping it, but until then, we'll just have...
Until then, Justin is going to have his crews working double time, and we'll be looking at a forest full of oil rigs over there. No, I won't stand for it.
Okay, what do you want to do about it?
Well, I'm going to town.
What for?
I'm going to talk to Justin.
Now, wait a minute. Max, you've tried that before, and it hasn't helped.
Well, I'll try one more time.
What if he doesn't listen to you this time? Honey, let me call Iris. Maybe she can intervene.
I'll take care of this myself.
Max!
I've offered to give Paige a divorce.
When?
She came by yesterday. I told her then. Well, I guess this makes you very happy, doesn't it, Mom?
Did she ask for the divorce?
No. But I think it's the only answer. The way things look right now, I'm going to be in jail for at least 3 years, maybe longer. It's unfair to make her wait that long, Mom. It's unfair to both of us. And I hate the idea of being in prison while my marriage disintegrates and I can't do anything about it.
I know this decision must have caused you a great deal of pain, but I think it's a wise one.
Now, I've asked Paige not to come by here anymore, at least for a while. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing.
Oh, Dennis,
Look,
you
Mom,
can't.
it's what I want, all right?
All right. For a while.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wheeler, your time is up.
Yes. Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, Mom.
Hello, Iris.
Eddie.
How's it going, Dad?
All right. How are you? I was surprised to see Iris here.
Just as surprised as I was when she came by.
I hope you weren't too hard on her, Dennis. She's going through a rough time right now.
Well, that makes 2 of us, Dad. Sorry.
It's all right. Your mother's goodbyes seemed almost final.
They were. I asked her not to come by for a while.
Well, that is your choice.
Look, Dad, I've had something on my mind, and I just like to discuss it with you.
What is it?
Well, until Stryker can get me out of here on bail, assuming he can do that, well, until he can do that, I'd like you to stay in my apartment. I know your place is kind of small, and, well, I just feel a lot better if somebody stayed in the apartment.
Well, that's what you want, Dennis. I'll be glad to. Temporarily.
Well, that's just the point, Dad. I'm not sure it's going to be temporary.
The non-stop through bus to Amarillo is now boarding at gate 16.
'51. Come on, you gotta be here. 51. Come on, get in there, Key. Do your shit.
Last call for through bus to Amarillo, gate 16.
Dennis, there's no reason to give up hope.
Dad, hope wears thin after you've been in this place a couple of days.
Stryker has asked the DA to reduce the charges against you from first-degree murder to manslaughter.
Oh, great. Now I can look forward to a 10-year prison sentence instead of 20.
Well, if I have anything to do with it, you won't be sentenced at all.
Dad, I appreciate your concern. But there's nothing you can do to change the course of justice.
Well, there are just too many loose ends in this case.
Loose ends or not, Dad, the DA isn't going to let a murderer loose out on the streets.
I don't believe that you're a murderer. Dennis, have you forgotten that quite recently I was accused of being a traitor?
But you weren't.
Yes, but nobody knew that. In fact, the general consensus was that I was a traitor. There was no proof against it. Only you and a few of my friends couldn't believe it and wouldn't rest until I was absolved.
Dad, that was a completely different story.
No, it wasn't. You didn't believe that I could be a traitor. I don't believe that you could kill anyone, even accidentally.
Look, I don't want to talk about it anymore, all right?
But, Dennis, you have to talk about it and think about it until you remember more
That's
of what
all I've
happened
been
that night.
hearing from people, Dad.
I'm sorry. One feels helpless.
Look, Dad, I appreciate your concern. I really do. But night and day, that's all I've been hearing from people who care about me. And I'm tired, Dad. I'm really tired of trying to remember. I can't remember what happened that night. I'll never remember. So what's the use?
All right. If that's what you want.
It is.
We won't discuss it further. But I am not going to see you go to jail for a crime I don't think you committed. One way or another, I'm going to get you off.
Shut up!
Why? Why?
Why?
But Ricky and Jeff, they didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
I got my orders.
Is that why you killed somebody? Because you got your orders?
I couldn't let you go if I wanted to. It's too late.
No, it's not too late.
You've seen me.
I won't tell anybody, I promise. Please. Don't kill me.
I've got no choice. Don't you see? I got to.
No. I don't want to die. Please. I don't want to die.
Hey, welcome to the land of the living.
I only meant to lie down for a minute. I guess I fell asleep.
Well, Elena, you know what? I was gonna come and I was gonna fix you lunch, but then I figured you needed your sleep. How you feeling?
A little better. I'm okay.
Good. How do you like being back at the old homestead?
It's all right. I don't really know how long I'm going to stay, though.
Kind of anxious to get back to your singing career, huh?
Sort of. It's the only thing I really want to do. Jeb, how do you feel about me barging in on your house?
Elena, it's your house. And once Ricky gets out of the hospital, he'll be staying here, too.
Yeah, I know that, but you had it all to yourself. Are you sure that you don't mind me staying there?
I want you to stay as long as you want to stay. Hey, what's the matter? Something's wrong here.
No, I'm okay.
No, you're not. No, something's bothering you. Now, talk to me, okay? Tell me.
I was just thinking about what a mess I got everybody into.
Come on, now, you cannot blame yourself for that. That could have happened to anybody.
Yeah, but it didn't, Jeb. Poor Ricky.
Ricky is going to be okay. You heard what the doctor said. Once that bullet hole mends, he's going to be good as new.
Yeah, I know.
So, So what's wrong?
I was thinking about Joe.
Look, that sailor Joe is gone. There's nothing for you to worry about. You're never going to see that guy again.
I wish I could believe that.
Well, it's Bernie's suitcase. He had in the trailer all the time.
Just get me some figures. I'll consider it. No promises. As soon as you can. I'll call you back.
Well, if it isn't John Wayne, come to shoot up the place, tell us to get off his land.
I warned you, Justin.
Don't threaten me again, Max.
Those kind of words can get you in a lot of trouble.
You're the one who's gonna have all the trouble.
I take it you've seen the heavy equipment being delivered over to the Harper property, huh?
What I want to know is, what the hell you think you're doing?
I told you before, Max, I'm in the business of finding oil. My first strike is going to be on the Harper land.
The hell it is. You know that all you're gonna find in those wells is a lot more hot air.
Just keep looking out your window, Max, and I'll prove to you that I'm not bluffing.
Hey, Justin, I just heard... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Yeah, Bubba. Max was just leaving.
You Bubba Wadsworth.
Last time I looked. Who are you?
Bubba, this is Max Decker.
Well, what do you know, Max? Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you.
Bubba, Max doesn't take kindly to old people.
Yeah, well, that's a shame, Max. I mean, I and Justin was sorry that you didn't want to go and visit with us.
Some people can't accommodate themselves to the changing times, Bubba.
You're still interested, Bubba. Maybe we can make a deal.
Well, I'm always interested in a deal. What you got in mind?
How would you like to drill on my property?
Hey, look, now come on. For all we know, this guy is probably dead.
No, he is not dead, Jeb. I know he's not.
Elena, how do you know that?
I just know it.
Come on now, I think your imagination is running away with you. I mean, the guy was shot, and you saw that yourself.
Jeb, if that shot had killed him, he would have been right there on that ship.
Well, he was wounded. He probably fell overboard, and I bet you the sharks had him for lunch.
No, I don't think that's what happened.
Oh. You are determined to let this get the best of you now, aren't you?
I cannot go through that again.
And you're not going to have to.
What happens if he comes back to Houston? I mean, what happens if he tries to kill me again?
That's not going to happen.
How can you be so sure of that?
Because I am sure. Because I'm not going to let it happen.
Jeb, he wants that key.
But you don't have the key. He knows that. You said so yourself. You're of no use to him at all, Elena. Now, come on.
Now, what happens if he thinks that I'm going to identify him to the police or something?
Look, the police right there. He knows that you went to the police. Plus, he also knows that me and Ricky can identify him.
That's great. Then what happens if he comes after you and Ricky now?
He's not going to do that. And you know what? Max thinks that he left the country.
Yeah?
Yeah. The guy would be an idiot to show his face around here, Elena.
I hope you're right.
I am right. Believe me, okay? Now, don't you think about it no more.
I'll try not to. I can't help it.
If you want to think about something, you think about the great time we had in New York. We had fun there, didn't we?
Yeah, we had an incredible time. It all seems like a dream, though, you know? It seems like it happened years ago. Think we'll ever get to go back to New York again?
Let's go right now. Let's go book a flight right now.
Oh, come on, really.
Well, okay, as Billy Joe puts it, darling, now, them superstars always got to be there in New York City, right? Right?
Well, I don't know about the superstar part. But if you were with me, it would be nice.
How was your visit with Dennis?
All right. I mentioned to him that I was surprised to see you there.
He is my son, Elliot.
Well, I'm aware of that, but I'm also aware that he had asked not to see you.
Yes, I know, but I had to see him. I had to talk to him. It's not fair what he's doing to me.
Doing to you?
He blames me for everything that's happened.
Well, I don't think that's entirely true, but you must admit, Iris, you made things difficult for Dennis by not telling him exactly what happened the night of the murder.
I was trying to protect him. I acted instinctively.
Well, be that as it may, did you think you could keep it a secret forever?
Dennis was drunk. He couldn't remember. Yes. Yes, I thought there was a possibility of hiding the truth indefinitely. It doesn't really matter now what I thought, does it?
I suppose not.
I've gone to the police, made a clean breast of everything. I can only hope that will satisfy Dennis and that he will forgive me.
Well, I'm sure he will. In time. I do think you have to give him that time.
Do you believe Dennis will go to prison?
Iris, Dennis is already in prison. Question now is, can we get him out?
Can we?
Well, I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that question. All we can do now is give him the support he needs and hope for the best.
It's going to be very difficult for me to give him anything. Not to mention support when he won't even allow me to visit him.
Well, as I said, give him time and he'll get over that.
Elliot, there's something we have to discuss. I've wanted to mention it before, but it never seemed the right time.
Right time for what?
I'm worried about your reaction to what I'm about to say, and I do hope you won't be upset.
Well, we'll know in a moment, won't we? Well, what is it, Iris?
If all our efforts fail, and Dennis is sentenced to prison...
Oh, Iris, this is no time to entertain the worst possibility.
I know that, but if in fact our worst fears are realized...
Yes?
Before he's taken away, I want him to know.
Know what?
I want Dennis to know that Alex is his real father.
What are you up to?
Well, you've got all that heavy equipment on the Harper place. Before long, I'll be looking at a lot of oil rigs, right?
That's right.
So you win.
You mean you're gonna stop trying to fight me?
That's right. If you can't beat him, join him.
Max, are you, willing to sell your property, or are you just interested in leasing the mineral rights?
I want to lease the mineral rights.
Well, that's fine with me.
On the condition that you and Justin sell me the Harper place.
Why?
Well, the Harper land is twice as big as mine. The oils are my land. So I'll just move over to the Harper place, tend my cattle, and leave you to pump that black gold to your heart's content.
No deal.
Now, you hold on a minute.
I said no deal. You're too late, Max. You had your chance and you've blown it. Sorry, buddy.
What have you done? Gone crazy?
Crazy like a fox.
Well, you listen to me, big fella. The only reason we moved all that stuff up to the Harper place was so he would give in. And we could drill on his land. Now, he gave in. And you say no.
He hasn't given in, Bubba.
Well, it looks like he gave in to me.
He's figured out a way to double-cross us. He would have never given in that fast.
How is he gonna double-cross us if we got the mineral rights?
His father-in-law is the best lawyer in Texas. By the time we get a contract worked out to everyone's satisfaction, you and I'll be 80 years old, and Max's grandchildren will be on this ranch, and they won't have a derrick to look at.
I mean, are you sure? You sure you figure this right?
Yeah, I'm sure. And it'll cost us a fortune to get those mineral rights for Max's land.
Oh, so what? I mean, so what if there's oil there? We have more money than we know what to do with.
There's oil there, all right. I'm not going to pay for it. You're not either.
Nita? Honey? Oh, smokes. There's $3 million in here. Bernie, where'd you get all this money? No wonder those guys were after the key. What am I going to do with it? I gotta hide it. Yeah, but where? Honey?
Well, I was at the store getting things for your surprise supper.
Oh, yeah, well, I know. I thought you were back already.
Well, I was, but I forgot a few things, so I had to go back to the store.
Oh, you sure it's all right for you to be running around that much?
Yeah, the doctor says it's good for me. Besides, I do a heck of a lot more walking, working at Maggie's every day.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, honey, don't worry. Baby's not due for another month yet.
Well, you still shouldn't overexert yourself.
I won't. Hey, you know what? I got this idea.
Yeah, what?
Why don't I go pay Ricky a visit at the hospital? Now that I got this afternoon off, you know. I know he's feeling better, but I think it'd be nice.
Nita, I think that's a great idea.
Hey, you want to come with me?
No, I got to take care of some stuff around here first, but I'll probably drive out there a little later on.
Okay. Well, I better get going if I'm going to be back in time to fix your surprise supper. Hey, Billy Joe, whose suitcase is this?
What you mean is that you want Dennis to know that Alex is his biological father.
Yes.
Do you really think that that information is important to Dennis at this time?
I do.
Aren't you really saying that it is important for you?
Of course it's important for me. But it's also important for Alex.
Iris, with all due respect, in Alex's condition, he won't know the difference.
I'm not certain what Alex is or isn't aware of at the moment. The doctors use fancy words, but I don't think they know any more than I do. The point is, I think Dennis should know for his own sake. If he does go to prison, this may be the last chance he will ever have to see his father, to know who his father really is.
Iris, I am Dennis's father. For 25 years, I have been Dennis's father. I will not let you or anyone else take that away from me.
Elliot, I'm not trying to.
I loved him. I took care of him. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Of course it means something to me. It means a great deal.
A great deal. I doubt it. I don't think you've even given that a second thought. I don't think you're concerned with anyone but yourself and your precious Alex.
Of course I'm concerned about Alex. I love him.
I love Dennis. And I will not let you do this, not on a whim.
It's not a whim.
That is exactly what it is. Why else would you have waited 25 years to tell him?
I waited because I lost Alex. And now I'm afraid of losing him again. Now, I will not let Dennis lose him too. Not without knowing the truth.
The truth? The truth, Iris, is that you are a selfish woman who doesn't give a... who doesn't care about anyone's feelings but her own. A woman who has lied to both her son and her husband for all these years. But this... I will not let you do this. And if you try, you won't get away with it. I'll fight you. I will fight you.
You can fight all you want, Elliot. My mind is made up.
It's yours, isn't it?
Well, no. As a matter of fact, it's Ricky's. Yeah, because he brought it to New York, but then when they put him in the hospital, I told him I'd take care of it.
Why didn't Elena take it? She's his sister.
Hey, well, you know what state Elena was in. I told you all about her. She was doing the best she could, just keep track of her own bags.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, you know, Ricky was away from Houston for a couple of weeks. I bet you this thing is just full of dirty clothes. Why don't I take it and wash everything in it, and then he won't have to worry about it when he gets out of the hospital?
No need. I already looked inside. Everything's clean. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Ricky, he must have taken it all this stuff, everything over to a laundry and had it all clean before he went to New York.
Well, are you sure?
I'm positive, honey. Hey, you better get it going if you're going to get to that hospital, huh?
No, I got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, well, I was talking to Elena, and she said she was going to be at the hospital this afternoon, and I thought it might be a nice idea if you got there before she left so you could see her. I mean, you haven't talked to her since she got back from New York.
Well, that is a good idea. Hey, I'm going to go comb my hair and freshen up right now.
Well, great, and then I'll run you over.
Okay.
Hello, Billy Joe.
Detective Donovan.
You mind if I come in?
Isn't Rena coming in?
No, she's going home. She's got things to do.
Oh, I thought maybe she could stop for a cup of tea and we could relax a bit.
Well, she has to go. You know, she spent an awful lot of hours with me in the last couple of days.
She was afraid she might run into Barrett, wasn't she?
I don't blame her.
You know, Barrett was really upset because he couldn't pick you up, Ginny. But with the new shipment of cattle coming in
It's
and
okay,
all...
Kate.
It's wonderful to have you back.
Mom! Hi, honey! Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Don't do me.
I've got no choice. Don't you see? I got to.
No! I don't want to die. Please. I don't want to die. Please, God, let it all be over.
Hey, you better get a move on if we're going to get you to the hospital, huh?
No, I got lots of time.
Yeah, well, I talked to Lynn earlier, and she said she was going to be at the hospital this afternoon. And I thought it might be a nice idea if you just, got over there before she left, seeing as how you haven't got a chance to talk to Lynn since you got back from New York.
Well, that is a good idea. I'm going to go right now, comb my hair and freshen up a little.
Well, great. Then I'll run you over.
Billy Joe.
Detective Donovan.
Mind if I come in?
Well, sure, come on in.
Honey, is that the front door I heard?
Yeah, Nita, it's Detective Donovan.
Hello, Mrs. Wright.
Oh, hello. Well, what do you want with Billy Joe?
I just have to ask your husband a few questions.
Are you tired? Oh, a little bit. So nice being out in the fresh air, though.
You want to sit down here on the porch for a little while?
Sure, why not?
You know, Songbird was really happy to see you. So was Morning Glory.
Well, I'm not so sure about Morning Glory.
You know, one of the guys at the 4-H club has a heifer that looks just like her, but she's not as big.
You know, you haven't even talked about the baby.
I didn't want to make you sad.
I'd be sad whether we talk about it or not.
You really wanted a baby, didn't you?
Yes, I did, honey. But it just wasn't meant to be.
That's what Max told me. Did you cry?
Yes. Did you?
Yeah. I was afraid you weren't going to come home from the hospital.
Didn't your father tell you I was all right?
Yeah, but I didn't believe him. I was afraid you weren't... I was going to see you again.
Well, I'm fine, and I'm home now. So there's no reason to be afraid anymore.
Jenny upstairs resting?
No, she and Steve have gone out for a walk.
He's monopolized her from the moment she set foot in this house. He won't even let her out of his sight.
That's natural enough, Barry. He thought she was going to die in the hospital, and he'd never see her again. You know, once he's satisfied that she's all right, he'll turn his attention to other things.
I'm surprised that Rena didn't invite herself over for the duration of the afternoon. Lord knows she doesn't have enough else to do.
There's a lot of anger building up inside you, Barry. Now, you know nothing good will come of that.
Why shouldn't I be angry? My wife's hardly said 2 words to me since she got home.
She probably figured that reassuring Steve was the most important thing she had to do at this moment. Now, he's just a child, Barry. He doesn't understand what's been happening.
There's a lot of other things that I don't understand, too, Grandma.
Well, let Jenny work it out with Steve. The two of you have plenty of time to work out your problems.
I want to get it over and done with.
Well, in the mood you're in, I'd wait.
Are you suggesting that I pretend not to know that the baby that Jenny carried was Ryan Connor's and not mine?
Barrett, you can deal with that eventually. Now is not the right time.
It's a perfect time.
What happened to all that understanding you were talking about this morning? You said you wanted to make a whole new start.
That's what I want.
Fresh and new.
Exactly, that's what I want.
Part of you wants it. But another part of you wants to lash out at the world because you think you've been deceived.
I'll work it out.
Barrett, you better work it out within yourself first before you talk to Ginny.
I have worked it out.
Ginny's a good woman, Barrett. Don't judge her for being human. You do love her, don't you?
Yes.
Well, build on that love, then. Don't destroy it with all this anger and resentment. I think it's possible for you to put all that behind you and make a start. But it's up to you.
You don't mind if my wife finishes getting ready to go to the hospital while we talk to you?
Well, please, be my guest.
Go on, Nita. I'll take care of this.
Can I offer you anything, Detective Donovan?
Oh,
Don't bother her. He won't be staying that long. Look, Donovan, I'm a busy man here. I ain't got time for these little visits of yours.
I hear you and your friend Elena Decker had quite a time for yourselves up in New York.
Is that what you heard?
Yeah. I hear you ran into trouble.
Now, what's that got to do with you?
Maybe nothing. But that's what I'm here to find out.
Well, I'm telling you, it ain't got nothing to do with you. So now that you found that out, why don't you just go on home, huh?
Oh, hold on, right. Wait just a minute. Not so fast. You know, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you were trying to hide something.
Look, Donovan, what are you trying to do here? Drum up some business and make it look like you deserve a raise?
No, I don't need to do that. You and that Decker girl are making it real easy for me.
Sure, I get it. You found yourself an ex-con, like me. So you think you got it made, don't you? Because just as soon as anything happens, you come to pin it on your flunky, don't you?
Now, come on, Ryan. Nobody's trying to pin anything on anybody. All I want to know is just a little bit more about that sailor you ran into in New York.
Hey, don't give me that sailor stuff, huh? The guy's name is Joe Foster. You know that already.
Well, what makes you think that?
Because you heard all about it from the New York cops. Huh? Otherwise, you wouldn't be coming over here knocking on my door, now would you, huh?
Just checking.
Yeah, well, why don't you just go check somewhere else for a change, huh?
Why? When you and Elena Decker seem to have all the information I need, huh? You know, I hear Elena knew this Joe Foster from Houston.
Well, then you heard wrong. She didn't know Foster. She just met him, that's all. He was a customer at the coop.
Is Miss Decker in the habit of asking all her customers back to the trailer?
She didn't ask him over, man. He decided to come over on his own.
He abducted her. Or so the story goes.
Yeah, that's what Elena tells me. I ain't got no reason to doubt her.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, if he abducted her from her trailer in Houston, why didn't you report it to the Houston police at the time?
I'm looking at that reason sitting here right here in front of me.
That's very funny, right? That's so funny, I might just haul you down to the station house for more questions.
Now, look, Donovan, I told you, I got to drive my wife over to the hospital. We're going to see Ricky Decker. We're supposed to meet Elena. If that's all right with you.
Yes, sure, that's all right with me. Besides, I found out what I wanted to know anyway.
Yeah, no, what's that?
That you don't want to talk about what happened to Foster, or whatever he was after.
Look, Donovan, if the sailor's dead, it don't matter what he was after.
Oh, it matters, Billy Joe. It matters a lot. Surprised to see me?
Sleep well?
How long have you been here?
Couple of hours. How do you feel?
Not as well as anyone can feel who's got a bullet hole in his stomach.
Just glad you're okay. Hey, are you in any pain right now?
Oh, a little. They gave me some stuff to kill most of it. Of course, it makes it kind of hard to understand what I'm talking about half the time. I say anything in my sleep to incriminate me?
No. Ricky?
Yeah?
Promise me that you'll be careful about not taking too many painkillers.
I leave that to the doctors.
Yeah, they can be habit-forming, you know.
Are you speaking from experience? Hey, I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's true. I was having trouble with pills. That's why I was so jumpy all the time.
Yeah, I thought there was something wrong. Especially that night that you froze up in front of the TV camera.
Yes, if it hadn't been for you getting up there and singing with me, I would have blown the entire thing.
It's real good to hear you laugh again.
Yeah, it feels good too, Ricky. I am just so glad that that's over. I hope the rest of it is too.
You mean Joe?
Yeah, I'm afraid to open the door to my apartment. Sometimes I'm afraid that he'll be standing there. And I keep dreaming about him and that sea serpent tattoo.
It's over, Elena. He knows you've gone to the police by now. He'd be crazy to show his face here in Houston again.
Cat got your tongue?
Wasn't expecting you.
I can imagine.
New York paper said you'd been shot. She might have died.
Hoping?
Hardly.
That takes more than a bullet grazing your arm to kill someone.
Guess the papers got it wrong.
Guess they did.
So, where'd you end up? One of your Chinatown haunts?
Yeah, sure. Went and got acupuncture.
You should have called.
Sure. So you could tell the police where I was?
Oh, Joe, now don't come whining around here looking for sympathy. I didn't ask you to louse things up.
I didn't louse things up.
Ah! You keep your grubby hands off of me.
Don't do that again. You hear me?
Or what? Joe, you're a fool. You're a fool for ever showing your face around here again.
Well, what am I supposed to do, huh? Waste away eating bean sprouts in Chinatown? Well, you take all the profits? Hey, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, it's not going to happen. I'm not taking the rap for Bernie and Chris.
I never told you to kill Chris or Bernie. They wouldn't talk. You got carried away. You play too rough, Joe.
Yeah, I do play rough. Remember that.
I don't have to. Because we're through.
Wrong. We're not through, as long as I know what I know. And I'm not going anywhere till I get my share of that $1 million.
Joe, forget it. The Decker girl doesn't have the key. She doesn't know where the money is.
Maybe not. But somebody else does know.
What are you babbling about?
The key, the money. Someone else has it.
Oh? And just who do you think this person is?
Elena's manager, Billy Joe Wright.
Anita, you ready yet?
I'll be right out. Well, have you and Detective Donovan finished talking?
Yeah?
For the time being. Nice to see you again, Mrs. Wright.
Same here.
When's that little one due?
Oh, about a month now.
Wow, you have a few questions you want to ask him, too?
Just ask him.
Sorry to bother you.
Oh, that Detective Donovan's getting to be a real pain.
Now, what was that all about?
Nothing for you to be concerned about, darling. He's just letting his curiosity get the better of him, that's all. He wanted to ask about what was happening in New York.
But you promised me that you were not involved in what happened to Elena in New York City.
Honey, I'm not involved. I was just there, that's all. You know how those cops are. They got to question everybody.
Yeah, but why the Houston police?
Because Elena got kidnapped in Houston, and at least she met this guy there. That's why. Now, honey, will you stop worrying? I keep on telling you, it don't mean nothing.
Okay.
Now, look, you got to get a move on here. You're going to go see Ricky and Elena, huh?
Why don't I just take the bus?
No, I ain't going to have my pregnant wife taking no bus.
Look, I am no invalid. I can get it right outside the door here, and it will stop off right in front of the hospital. It's real easy. I did it the whole time you were in New York City.
You ain't taking no bus, darling, all right? I don't want to hear any more about it.
All right. Listen, I'm going to run a few errands before the stores close. Can I get you anything?
You can only come back if you smile. I only let pretty smiling girls sit by my bed and hold my hand, you know.
Mm-hmm. I'll work on it. Elena! Oh, honey! Oh, it's so good to see you. Thank you. Well, hi, Ricky.
Well, if it isn't a breath of spring.
Thought I'd pay you a visit.
Billy Joe and Bernie shared the trailer before the police raided Chris Shaw's porno operation. They were buddies.
Wright's a greenhorn. He doesn't have enough sense to sit on all that stolen cash this long. If he had that key, he'd be spending that money like crazy.
Maybe he didn't know what the key opened.
Would have told the Decker girl.
Maybe not.
No. I dealt with Wright on that record deal that Jim Lawrence and I financed for him. If he'd had that kind of dough, I would have known it.
Why? Maybe he's smarter than you think.
No, look, forget it, Joe.
What do you mean? You were the one who thought Elena had the key.
Yeah, because you said that the last thing Bernie Stokes said before he died was Elena's name.
It's worth a shot. We're talking about $1 million.
You, darling, I love you. But I never thought I was going to get you out of here. Woo! Oh, look at all this pretty green stuff, huh? Woo! Boy, you smell rich. Yes, sir. What am I gonna do? Yes, sir, green's my favorite color, but this has to be the prettiest shade I've ever seen. Where am I gonna hide all you pretty little bills, huh? Where am I gonna hide you? Nah, it's too obvious. Well, maybe this might be just the place. Maybe it is just too obvious. Come on, let's go. Come on. Woo! Come on, darlings. Let's get going here. Here we go. Yes, come on in there, darling. Don't slumber tonight. Get a little needle and thread from Nita's sewing kit, and everything will be just fine. Oh, I'll tell you, I know one little couple is going to sleep real good tonight.
What you doing?
Making tea.
Grandma could have done that for you.
I know, but I like to move around a little. I'll rest over the time.
You mind if I join you? Haven't seen much of you since you got back from the hospital.
I've only been home a couple of hours. You've been busy.
Is it really so difficult to be with me, Ginny? Do you hate me that much?
I don't hate you, Barrett.
You remember much about being in the hospital?
Not much. I was sedated most of the time.
You told me that if you lost the baby, you'd never forgive me.
I remember.
Well, now I know why you felt that strongly. The baby you lost was Ryan Connor's, not mine.
$1 million is a lot of money. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Then what the hell are we waiting for? We're not talking about the amount of money. We're talking about a plan for finding it. Frankly, yours stinks. Yeah, well, we'll see how badly you think it stinks when we're sitting around sticking our noses in a pile of greenbacks. All right. You don't like the plan? I'll go it alone.
Just how do you plan to find this key, even if Wright has it?
I'll find a way.
Don't tell me you plan to rifle his apartment the way you did the trailer.
If I have to.
Or maybe you're gonna kidnap Wright and take him aboard some ship down in Galveston Harbor.
That was your idea.
Yeah, Wright has a wife.
His wife is pregnant.
All the better.
I don't operate like that.
Which is exactly why you always end up on the bottom.
Well, I'm not going to end up on the bottom this time.
Then maybe you better give that wife of Billy Joe's a little bit more thought.
How you feeling?
I'd be feeling a lot better if everybody'd quit asking me that.
We had us all real worried.
Yeah, including me. You feel funny about coming here?
No. Do I look like I feel funny?
Yeah, a little.
Well, I don't. There's no need to. We're friends, Ricky.
We're friends?
Yeah. Billy Joe knows that. And he's accepted it.
How's he been treating you?
Oh, real good. Too good sometimes.
Too good?
Yeah. Well, he just wants to please me, and sometimes he just gets carried away. He is so excited about this baby.
Yeah, I guess it won't be long now, will it?
No, but Billy Joe can't even wait a month. He wants it to happen all at once. He wants the baby and the money and a big house and Elena's success.
Yeah, I guess I owe Billy Joe an apology. He's done an awful lot for Elena.
I think you and Maggie and everybody else has been too hard on Billy Joe. You didn't give him a chance.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, Elena's career has just taken off, just like Billy Joe said it would.
Well, I was thinking about how Elena's attitude towards herself has changed, too.
Yeah. She seems to be more self-assured lately. At least she did before all this happened.
Yeah, I know. But I think she'll be all right once she realizes that she's not in any danger anymore.
You really think she isn't?
Well, that Joe character and his friend must have finally realized that Elena didn't have what they were after.
Well, I hope you're right. Ricky, do you think Billy Joe was at all involved in this?
No. I don't think he had anything to do with it at all. Why?
I was just wondering. Oh, you don't know how good it makes me feel to hear you say that.
Yes, sir. May I help you? Yeah, I want to buy a ring.
What kind of ring?
Something real nice.
Precious?
No, nothing cute. This here's for my wife. You know, kind of like an engagement ring.
I mean the stone.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, precious stone.
Diamonds, rubies, emeralds? Or something less expensive, say a nice turquoise.
Yeah, diamonds. Something with lots of diamonds.
Well, here are some that are very attractive and very sensibly priced for young marriotts.
No, nothing sensibly priced. I want to take a look at your most expensive and valuable.
I'm sorry, sir. The sign out front says no credit. I stand by it.
I ain't talking about credit here. I'm talking about cash. You know, De Niro?
I see. How much do you intend to spend?
Well, I don't know.
1,000? 2,000? 5,000? 10,000?
Yeah. 10,000. That sounds just about right. Let me see something in your $10,000 range here.
Here you are, sir.
Well, that's it right there. Right here. Uh-huh. Now, this here's what I call a ring.
You weren't ever going to tell me that the baby was Ryan Connors, were you?
I tried to several times.
But you changed your mind.
I didn't think you could handle it.
Why not?
Because you were depressed. You were uncertain about me. I didn't want to hurt you anymore.
Did you plan to raise the baby as if it were mine?
Yes.
Could you have done that?
I don't know. I thought I could. I was willing to try, Barrett, because I really wanted our marriage to work.
Who else knew about the baby, besides Grandma?
I don't want to talk about the baby.
Who else? Your good friend Rena, no doubt. Probably your brother Jeb, Courtney too, of course. And who else?
Barrett, stop it! I thought I did what was best for you. If it was a mistake, it was an honest one.
When did you know that the baby was Ryan's?
From the moment I discovered I was pregnant.
Well, no wonder he wouldn't let you alone. He knew he had a claim on you, didn't he? And he wouldn't let
There is no point to this. Now, either you forgive me for deceiving you or you don't.
I'll forgive you, Jenny. I'm willing to make a fresh start. On condition that you put Ryan Connor out of your mind for good.
Can you put Ryan Connor out of your mind?
I think so. You know, losing the baby was an act of God.
It was your fault, not God's.
It's just as well.
I wanted that baby.
It wasn't mine.
I don't care. I still wanted it.
You wanted that baby. Because you still want Ryan. Don't you?
Did you get your errands all done?
Yep. And I brought you some magazines to read. So, how was your visit with Nita?
Oh, fine.
She must be real happy to have Billy Joe home, especially since the baby's only a month away.
Yeah, I guess she is.
You still like Nita, don't you?
Of course I like her.
No, you know what I mean.
Nita's a married woman. She chose Billy Joe. She's about to have a baby.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you still can't have strong feelings for her.
Yeah, so what if I did? What good would it do?
I don't know. You never know. You think that Nita made a mistake by going back with Billy Joe?
No. I wish I could say she did. It'd be a lot easier.
Do you think that Billy Joe is going to make her a good husband and he'll be a good father for the baby?
I hope so. I really hope so.
Where have you been?
Well, I told you I had some errands to do. How did things go at the hospital?
Fine. Ricky's doing better. I thought you might stop by later on.
Well, I'll drop by tomorrow. I was busy fixing a few surprises of my own.
Surprises, huh? Is that one of them there?
I told you it was a surprise.
Well, what is it? What is
It's something to go with the surprise dinner.
Is it flowers?
No, it isn't.
What is it, spaghetti?
Spaghetti?
Well, I was trying to think of something long.
Here, open up and find out. No, you gotta have it this way.
Okay.
Just like this. Hold
All
on.
right, just like this.
Uh-huh.
It's all right.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that sweet potato casserole I'm smelling?
If you don't cut that out, you're never going to get your surprise.
Well, I can't help if I got a sensitive nose.
Let's see what this is. All right. Honey.
It's for Billy Joe Jr.
Honey, are you crazy? He's not going to be able to use it for years.
Well, you never know. I mean, he might have super jock genes in him or something.
I mean, he's not even going to be able to hold it till he's 10 years old.
Put that down. Put it down.
What?
This here's the real surprise right here.
Honey, you didn't buy me.
Go on, open it up.
Well, oh, my. Oh.
Beautiful, ain't it?
Is it real?
Well, of course it's real. Nothing but the best for my sugar darling, huh?
But, honey, it must have cost a fortune.
Don't matter what it cost.
But we can't afford this.
Well, sure we can, darling. I mean, once them royalties start coming in from Elena's record, we're gonna be rolling dough.
Well, honey, it's real nice, but listen, we're parents now. We got to start thinking about school and braces and health insurance and
Don't worry,
college
darling. We're gonna have plenty for the baby.
Well, honey, no, you got to take it back. I mean, I can't wear it. It's too big. I'd feel conspicuous.
No, Nita, no. No, honey, this is my dream, darling. This is it right here. I've been wanting to get you a ring like this ever since we got married. And now I can do it. Right here. Besides, I want to show you off, honey. Yeah, this here ring, it's kind of like publicity. It says, Billy Joe Wright is married to a real fine woman. And he's real proud.
Oh, I'm the one that should be proud.
We're both proud. I'm nervous again.
What? Here? Kind of like getting married all over again. Oh, honey, it's just beautiful.
Do you, Nita Jenkins, take this man, Billy Joe Wright, to be your lawfully wedded husband?
Oh, I do.
I love you so much, Nita. I love you so much. And I want to make you the happiest woman on the face of the earth.
You know what I think? I think you're a little addled from all the strain. I think maybe you ought to lay back for a while you get your head back on straight, or maybe yet forget the whole thing.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? That suits you just fine. Keep all that money to yourself, huh?
What do you need, Foster? A diagram? I don't think Wright's got that money.
I do. But I'm going to need a little bread to stake me out while I do some investigating.
You can't go nosing around Houston. The Decker girl's seen you. She can identify you. The police probably have your mug plastered all over the city.
All the more reason for me to get the financing I need. Might take a little longer than I thought. All right, you want to bow out? Fine. You just give me the money you owe me, and I'll consider us quits.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the $250,000 we agreed on.
You've got to be joking, man. I don't have that kind of money. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
I'm not joking, man. And you better find that money. With what I know about you and Jim Lawrence, you better find that money real fast.
Boy, that looks pretty ambitious, honey. How long do you think it'll take you to build it?
Probably all summer, but Max promised to help me.
Will the school still give you credit if someone helps you?
Sure, I can't do all that heavy stuff by myself. You know, Dad said we were probably going to go on a trip to Fisher Island. When do you think we'll go?
Would you be very disappointed if we didn't go?
No. Why? Is Dad acting strange again?
He's just upset.
About the baby?
Yes, that and other things.
Sure hope he doesn't start snapping at me.
I promise I won't let that happen.
Yeah, but I don't want him to snap at you either.
Don't you worry about it. I can handle that.
Do you think Dad'll ever be normal, like other fathers?
Well, other fathers have bad moods too, honey.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, come on, tell me more about this project. Then.
Okay, explain. Well, these are the solar panels, and they collect the sun's energy.
Yes. Late, Steve. Should be in bed.
I was just showing Mom my science project.
It can wait till morning.
Okay. Good night. I'm glad you're home.
Oh, good night, sweetheart. You can take us with you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good night, Dad.
Good night, son.
I don't know why
I don't want you in my bedroom, Barrett.
A whole treasure chest full right here. We're rich. Diamonds and rubies, we're rich.
Billy Joe! Billy Joe, where have you been?
Nita, honey, we're rich. We're rich. You, me, and Billy Joe Jr. We'll never have to worry about money again.
We don't need money. We got each other.
No, honey, don't you see, darling? We can send Billy Joe Jr. to the best schools. We can buy you beautiful clothes. Look, we can live in a beautiful house right here, darling. Look. Here.
Honey, where did you get this? I hope you haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, no, darling. I've done something good. Something real good for you and me and Billy Joe Jr. and Elaine and everybody we know. Here, honey. You deserve something real special.
Honey, I told you if we got mixed up in the wrong kind of people, I'd leave you.
Oh.
Honey, you asleep yet?
No, not yet. I'm too uncomfortable. You know, honey, you should have bought a new mattress instead of this diamond ring.
Yeah, I guess so.
I've been thinking about those presents you bought me.
Nita, I told you not to worry. I bought that ring on credit.
No, that's not what's bothering me.
Well, what is it?
Well, I've been thinking about that baseball bat you bought Billy Joe Jr.
Well, what about it?
Well, what if Billy Joe Jr. turns out to be Billy Jane?
What are you talking about?
I mean, what if it's a girl? Are you going to be unhappy?
Well, of course not.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Now I can stop counting the lumps in this mattress.
But we ain't having a little girl. We're having a little boy. And if you don't stop worrying and get some sleep, he's going to come sooner than expected.
Can I think?
Just leave the thinking to me, huh? You're going to give that poor little kid ulcers before he's even born.
Okay. You know, Billy Joe, I sure wish you bought a new mattress. I mean, this one keeps growing new lumps every day.
You really think so?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, I never felt so comfortable in my whole life.
This is our bedroom.
If you stay here, I'll sleep in the guest room.
You had no objection to our son being in your bedroom.
Leave Stephen out of
You
this.
spent the entire evening showering your affection on him.
He's a child.
So he needs more reassurances than I do, is that it?
I can't reassure you. I have tried for months, and it's no use. I give up.
Ginny, please. You're my wife. And I love you. I need you.
You need help. Help that I can't give you.
No, that's not true. Let's forget everything that happened and start over. A new beginning. Ginny, we belong together. Please, Ginny, don't do this to me.
You're destroying this marriage. You're destroying any love I ever had for you.
It's Ryan Connor's fault.
No! You're to blame, Barrett. And unless you can learn how to deal with that and live with it, then this marriage is over.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, honey.
How's Ginny?
She's sleeping.
Does she understand what's happened?
We talked about the baby. She knows she's lost it, honey. I'm surprised to see you here.
Yeah, well, Steve asked me to come into town and see how his mother was. So I told him I would.
I'm glad you did.
I will be able to tell Steve that Ginny's all right. She's not going to die or anything.
No. Not unless Barrett kills her.
Jenny, about the child that I lost.
about that in years.
I thought it was necessary today. I just hope it helped a little.
Come in.
Ryan. I'm so sorry about the baby, Ryan.
I appreciate that, Kate.
What can I do for you, Ryan?
I have to see Ginny. Now, I'll do it with or without your permission, but I have to be with her.
Does that look like anybody we know? This is just the beginning. Come on, go inside. Poor old Bernie Bear. But you're real worried about Elaine, ain't you, huh? Of course you are. So am I. She's gonna be all right, buddy. I promise you. There's somebody bigger than you and me watching over right now. Lorna, I know I don't talk to you too much or anything, but, would you please watch over Elaine and see if she's all right, huh? Not just for me. There's a lot of other people that need Elena. There's Jeff and Maggie and Ricky and, oh, man, things just starting to break her way, man. Things just starting to happen. We just can't take that away from her. Not now, huh? Please?
Let's go. Get back with me. Think that Barrett would ever want to kill Ginny?
Because he almost did. He knocked her to the floor.
Rita, honey, now listen. I can understand you being upset about that. It upsets me too. But that doesn't mean that Barry would ever want to kill Ginny.
Max, he's crazy. There's no telling what he might do.
Now you hold on. Now I spend a lot of time with Barry, and he's not crazy. He's a good, level-headed man.
When he's working with the ranch hands, I'm sure he is.
You can judge a man real well by the way he treats his workers and the way he works.
But, honey, that's the point. I have no doubt that he's all right when he's master of the ranch and in control. But you mention Ryan's name to him, and you just see what happens.
Now, you should have known you were headed for trouble when you set up that meeting with Ryan and Ginny.
Oh, Max, I didn't know what else to do.
Well, you could have... Okay. It's done. Now, just forget it and let Barrett and Ginny work out their problems on their own.
That's what Mama says.
Well, Vicky makes a lot of sense. Now, you should listen to her once in a while. Now, look, Ginny and Barrett, they're going to have a real tough time trying to forget about losing the baby. Look, I know how much Barrett wanted that child. It's all he could ever talk about. And we're going to have to help him through this period. I'm really sorry about the baby.
Well, when Ginny's well enough, we'll just have another baby.
Look what Bernie gave me.
Oh, yeah, that's girl Ness. Where'd you win that, Bernie?
I didn't win it.
Magic Bear.
Magic Bear?
Yeah. But I haven't shown you the most magical part of all. I was waiting till he got back.
What are you doing?
I'm winding him up, because he's got secrets.
Bernie, it's my song.
It's all over town. Hey, that's really something. How'd you manage that, buddy? Huh?
Well, Elena left the sheet music laying around, and I got this friend who makes music boxes, and so the rest was easy.
Well, ain't that something? That's really something, ain't it? Huh? Hear that, Bernie Bear, huh? Well, the song just keeps on getting bigger and bigger all the time. Yes, sir. She's gonna make a lot of money off that record. Whole bunch. She's gonna be a superstar. Yeah. I sure wonder what Bernie have to say, huh? If he could see Elena now. That was sure nice of him to give you to Elena. Yeah, he did a real nice thing there. I don't think Elena could have done it without you, you know that? She keeps on telling me that all the time. And then, Bernie putting that music box inside you. Yeah, Bernie, he was a good old buddy. No. Oh, Bernie. What's the matter, buddy? Don't you feel like singing, huh? I don't blame you much. Not much to sing about. I don't see you. Maybe there's something jarred loose inside you. Let's check it out here, buddy, huh?
Let's look over here. Over here on the bed.
You're hurting me.
Just sit still and shut up.
You're not going to get away with this, you know. It's ever going to find me here.
Yeah, that's why we're not going to stay here.
No.
We got the whole ship. I just got to make sure I find them before they find me.
Why don't you just let me go? If I'm safe, it won't hurt you, I promise.
Sure. And that promise would last about 5 minutes, just long enough for them to find out that you're all right, and your ex-cop brother were trying to pull me in. All right, Elena.
What?
Come on.
Where are we going?
No questions. Just move.
No! No!
Ryan, I do understand how you feel. But now is not the time for you to see her.
She just lost our baby. Now I can't let her deal with that by herself.
She's not dealing with it by herself. Her whole family's trying
It's
to help
not the
her.
same thing.
No, it's not. But truthfully, I just don't think Ginny can handle seeing you right now.
Courtney, I think I can help her.
Seeing you will be very hard on her. Can't you wait until she's a little stronger?
Well, how long is there going to be?
Give her a day or so.
I can't bear the thought of her being alone in that hospital room for even an hour, don't you understand?
Well, she's very, very heavily sedated, so she doesn't really know much of what's going on anyway. Please wait.
Barrett is in the hospital now.
Oh, great. I'm sure that's going to be a real big comfort to Ginny, isn't it?
He's suffering, too.
Ryan, he thinks the baby that Ginny lost was his. You saw how he reacted when I told you what happened.
That's strange.
What's that?
Barry was very calm when I talked to him. I had a feeling he hadn't accepted the fact that the baby was gone. You know, everyone reacts differently to grief. It was as if he was trying to pretend that everything was going to be all right.
Has he spent any time with Ginny?
A little.
Maybe she told him that the baby was mine. Is that possible?
No,
No, maybe he guessed. Maybe I gave it away when I heard the news.
I've never heard of anything so insensitive.
Now, honey, maybe there's something to what Barrett says.
Max!
Oh, I think that having another baby right away will do wonders for both of us. I'm certain of it.
I doubt that Ginny will feel that way.
Oh, I think in time she'll agree with me.
What will you do if she doesn't, Barrett?
Hit her again.
Rena, now that isn't called for. I think you should apologize to Barrett for saying so.
I just don't know what's gotten into Rena lately.
Well, she's upset, Barry. Well, she's been up since the crack of dawn, and she's worn out. She's not thinking straight. I apologize for her.
Ah, that's all right, Max. I've just forgotten how emotional Rena gets about things. I know she's angry with me about not going along with Justin's plans to drill for oil out the property.
Rena talked to you about drilling on your land?
And Justin pressured her into it, I'm sure. She'd never been able to say no to him.
When did she talk to you?
Oh, the day that Justin made his proposal to Grandma and me. And then a couple of days later. She thought if I agreed to drill, then you would, too.
You never talked to me about this before.
Well, I never mentioned it because I didn't want to cause trouble between you two.
But Rena has the
now,
right.
Max, just forget I said anything, okay? I'm going to get some coffee. Want some?
No, thanks, Barry.
Okay, see you later.
Take that. Hey, Rick, come here.
Not going down there.
You got no choice.
Please let me go. Please. I won't tell anyone what happened. I promise. I'll tell them I'm on drugs again. They'll believe that. Please. Please don't make me go down there.
Shut up. Keep your mouth shut and move.
Grandma, you know Barrett better than anyone else. What do you think?
Well, I'm just not sure that I know Barrett anymore. I don't know whether he knows the baby is yours or not. I'm just not sure. But my guess is that he wanted that child so much that he couldn't bear the thought of losing it. Everyone handles grief differently. It's much more difficult for some people than it is for others.
All I care about is making things easier for Ginny.
Ryan, I'll arrange for you to see her tomorrow.
Thanks. I'll wait.
Grandma? How do you think, Barrett would react if he knew that the baby was Ryan's?
I don't think there's any reason for him to know now.
But suppose he found out some way. Could he handle it?
Courtney, why are you asking me this?
Well, Jenny called me this morning and asked me to come out to the ranch this afternoon, and I had the feeling that she wanted to talk to me about Barrett. And then everything happened, so of course I really haven't had a chance to ask her.
I just don't know what the problems are between Barrett and Ginny now. I just hope they aren't major ones.
I just had the distinct impression that there's something really wrong.
Barrett and Jeb had a falling out. Maybe that's what she wanted to discuss with you.
Grandma, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on Barrett for the next day or two, and let me know how he behaves.
All right, I will. But I don't think there is really anything to worry about.
Honey, I got you some time. Has Barrett left the hospital?
Yes.
Have you seen Ginny yet?
Well, for a few minutes. She was pretty sleepy.
She's sleeping now.
Well, your cousin Bart said. You know, it's funny. We haven't seen Kate yet.
Oh, she went to the clinic to talk to Courtney.
You want to drive back out to the ranch to get some rest?
No, I'm not tired, honey.
You could have fooled me.
I think that maybe I'm too worried to rest for very long.
Well, we could go over to Maggie's to get something to eat. Or we can stay here.
You know what I would really like, I think, is to go to Mom and Dad's and just shower and change my clothes.
Okay, I'll drive you over.
Honey, if Stryker's there, maybe you can talk to him about purchasing that Harper land and working out some sort of deal with Justin.
Rena, did you talk to Barry and try to get him to drill oil on his property so I would too?
Where would you get an idea like that?
From Barry?
Oh, no wonder. That explains it.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
There's nothing to tell, honey. I never tried to talk Barry into drilling for oil. And the only time I discussed oil with him was that time that he started the argument with me.
I got the impression that you had a couple of talks with Barry about it.
That's the impression he wants you to have.
But if it's not true, why...
Honey, don't you realize what he's trying to do? He's trying to cause a problem between us.
Well, that's just crazy, Rena. I mean, Barry and I have been friends for years. He was really happy when I married you.
He's not happy about it now. If I were you, I wouldn't believe anything that he said. Especially about me.
Now, hold still there, buddy. I ain't much of a mechanic, but maybe something just sort of slipped loose here. Hold still. Hello.
Billy Joe?
Oh, hi there, Dawn. How you doing?
Well, I'm fine, honey.
Oh, good. And how's the baby?
Oh, fine, fine. We're both fine.
Good.
We're a little, concerned, though.
Oh, what about?
Well, I was expecting to hear from you last night.
Oh, honey, that's right. Well, things got sort of busy after the concert last night. I'm real sorry.
Oh, I understand. I don't mean to be scolding you or anything. I was just curious if you got any more, reviews in the papers.
No, not that I know of.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Hey, guess what? KVIK ran this special report on their 6 o'clock news all about Elena's debut in New York City.
Oh, yeah, well, what'd they have to say?
Oh, all sorts of good stuff about how good she is, and about the good reviews in the New York papers.
Oh, good. That's real nice to hear, hon.
Hey, how did that interview go on that TV talk show you set up?
The interview? Oh, honey, we had to cancel it.
Well, how come? I thought you were real excited about that.
Oh, I was. It was just that, Elena was feeling real poorly at the last minute.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope you can reschedule it.
Well, I'm trying to, but you know how those things are.
Well, hey, honey, is everything all right?
Well, yeah, honey, everything's fine. It just couldn't be better. Everything's fine.
Well, you sound a little bit funny.
Well, that's because I'm sort of busy right now, honey. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm expecting a phone call from one of them talk show people. And, Oh, I can't stay on the phone long.
All right. Baby, I miss you.
Honey, I miss you too. Look, honey, we should be home in the next couple of days, and I'm gonna try to call you tonight, all right? Goodbye, Anita. Yeah, I love you too. What are we gonna tell the folks back home, Bernie Bear, huh? Can't keep in the dark forever.
Ashley?
Hello, Hotshot. I keep you waiting long?
No, I just arrived. May I get you a drink?
So early in the afternoon.
We'll order in a few minutes. Well, did you have any trouble getting away?
No, Becky's covering the phone for me.
Who's covering Ryan Connor?
He's not in the office. It's just as well anyway.
Well, why is it just as well?
Well, when he's there, he can't get any work done.
Is that because you're too distracting?
No. No, apparently he has someone in the hospital that he's real worried about. They must be very ill.
Ashley, Alex happens to be Ryan's uncle, not just his friend.
I'm not talking about Alex Wheeler. No, it's somebody else. I don't know who it is.
Why don't you just come right out and ask?
Well, there's no need for that. I'll find out eventually. Oh, by the way, your friend Miss Rena came by today to see Ryan Connor.
Rena.
It's possible she looked even worse than he did. You know, Justin, it was really strange. I could have sworn when they walked out today that they'd both been crying.
You know where they were going?
Well, Ryan mumbled something about the clinic, but I
Oh,
don't...
Lord. Ginny.
Your brother Barrett's wife?
She's in the hospital now. Courtney called me, told me that Ginny had lost her baby.
Oh, no. Oh, how terrible for her. Well, no wonder they both look so sad.
I wonder.
What?
I wonder if that baby is Ryan's, not Barrett's.
It was. I overheard Ryan Connor and Mr. Wheeler talking about it a long time ago.
And you kept it from me.
I didn't think that it was any of your business. I still don't.
I wonder how many other little bits of information you don't think are any of my business.
Well, I do have one interesting piece of information for you. You remember when you did the investigation at World Oil about the misappropriation of funds?
Yes, nothing came of it.
Well, something might be coming of it now.
Really?
Did you ever get to meet Mr. Johnson from accounting?
No, I don't remember him.
Well, Mr. Johnson has disappeared. And all the files that Mr. Johnson was working on have disappeared. And I think it's tied up somewhere in that investigation that you had. Thought you might want to check into it.
Stryker,
Yes, Vicky.
Beth is fixing you something to eat.
Thank you, honey.
What is the point in your coming home to relax if you're going to spend the whole time working?
How was the board meeting?
Oh, surprisingly short, thank goodness.
Mr. Laurie must be out of town.
He is. I'll get it.
Lena, honey.
Hi, Mama.
Oh. Hello, Max, dear. What a nice surprise.
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, honey. Good to see you, Max. Striker. Where you been? Hospital?
Yes,
How's Jenny?
as well as can be expected.
How are you?
I think I'd like a shower and change my clothes.
Have you eaten anything, honey?
No, I'm not hungry.
Max, want to join me for lunch?
Yeah, I'll join you. I'm starving.
All right, everybody sit down.
Did I leave any clothes here, Mama?
Yes, they're up in your room, sweetheart.
Okay.
Beth, we're going to have another guest for lunch. So, when's Jenny get out of the hospital?
I was saying about a day or so.
I saw her for a few minutes. She really looked depressed. But I think getting back to the ranch will help.
She's better off in the hospital.
Why do you say that, honey?
Oh, you know, Daddy, in case any complications develop.
Don't worry, they won't allow her to leave the hospital until she's well enough.
I just don't want anything else to happen to her.
Don't worry about Jenny. She's a strong girl. She'll come through with flying colors.
Your daddy's right, honey. Nothing's gonna happen to Ginny. She'll be just fine.
And I intend to see to that.
Rena, dear, you promised me you wouldn't interfere.
I'm sorry, Mama. I just can't keep that promise.
What'd you find? Yeah, come here, look at this. Isn't that Elena's ring?
Yeah, I think it is.
And she must be here.
Yeah, if she was here.
It's the place that they've been keeping her.
I think you're right.
Listen, do you think that they saw us coming?
Yeah, maybe.
Look, I bet she's on this ship. Come on.
They'll find me here, you know.
Good. I'll be waiting for them. All right, look, what are we gonna do?
All right, let's split up. You go that way. There was another hatch on the deck back there where we came in, at least to another part of the ship. I'll check that out.
Honey, where's that New York paper you brought home? I want to show Max a review of his sister singing it.
Oh, it's right here in my briefcase. There we are.
Where did you get a New York paper?
Our station receives papers from all over the country.
Do you read them all?
No, just the editorial pages. But the reporter, you know, who did the 6 o'clock news and the segment on Elena, well, he read the review and gave it to me.
You should be proud of Elena. Those Yankees tough to please.
Boy, this is a real nice article.
I hear a song on the radio all the time.
Let me see it, honey.
You know, I heard that tune twice coming into town this afternoon.
Of course, Kitty Wells is my favorite, but I do like the way Elena sings.
Oh, believe me, that is a great compliment. For Stryker to mention anyone's name in the same breath as Kitty Wells, well...
You two should have flown to New York for the performance.
Oh, Ricky's there. Ricky's representing the family. But Rena and I, well, we plan to hear Elena sing when she gets back to Houston.
Yeah, that's great. You should come to town more often.
Well, I was in town this morning to see Justin Marshall.
About the oil rigs he's putting up in the Harper place?
Yeah, that's what it was about, for all the good it did me.
I know how you feel about drilling for oil out there.
There is no oil out there, Stryker. At least not in the Harper land. I know that, and Justin knows it.
But I understand that World Oil is investing a great deal of money in this project.
That's because Justin conned him. He figures that if he puts up a whole lot of oil rigs in the Harper land, well, I'll just give in and let him drill in our land.
Seems like you're taking quite a gamble there.
I think he's bluffing.
What if he's not?
I thought about that. And I was wondering if you could help me.
What's your plan?
Well, if World Oil hasn't already bought the Harper land, I'd like to bid on it. With as much money as Rena's willing to spend.
Well, Lynn's gonna be real upset if she comes back. I mean, when she comes back and finds that you're not singing your little song, huh? Well, let's see if maybe we can find out what's wrong here, huh? Not that I know anything about music boxes, but gotta give it a try here, huh? Old Billy Joe's gonna do his best. I'm gonna have to open you up, but don't you worry, buddy. When I'm all done with you, I'm gonna glue you back together, and Lena won't know anything was wrong in the first place. No sirree, she won't know a thing. You'll look brand new. Oops, I'm gonna lose your stuffing. What we got here? But wait a minute, what's this? This ain't... key? Metropolitan Lockers. Now, what would you be doing with the key stuffed inside you? Wait a minute, man. This can't be.
Don't you go start blaming yourself for what happened.
I got her the record deal. I'm the one that got her the club date right here in New York. If it hadn't been for me, man, she'd be safe and sound back in Houston right now.
How do you know she'd be safe and sound back in Houston? I mean, that's where she met this guy, Skip, right? He drugged her, dragged her off to some sleazy flea bag hotel and questioned her. I just wish I knew what he was looking for.
How do you mean, what he's looking for?
Because the whole time that he had her, he kept asking her, where is it?
Lynn never told me that.
Yeah, well, that's probably because she wanted to forget about it, probably.
This is it, man. This is what that sailor guy's been looking for, right here in my hands. This is the key.
Where?
Bernie must have stuffed it in the back of old Bernie Bear here. Yeah.
Okay, look, I'll meet you,
I'd sure like to know what's all so important about the inside of that locker.
Yeah, he's here.
They're not gonna leave until they find.
That's what I'm counting on.
What are you gonna do?
What do you think?
Please, please. Don't. Skip. I don't think that you're a killer. Just because you killed Bernie.
There have been lots of Bernies.
That's wrong.
Shut up!
Why? Why?
Why?
But Ricky and Jeff, they didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
I got my orders.
Is that why you killed somebody? Because you got your orders?
I couldn't let you go if I wanted to. It's too late.
No, it's not too late.
You've seen me.
I won't tell anybody, I promise. Skip, please. Don't kill me.
I've got no choice. Don't you see? I got to.
No. I don't want to die. Please. I don't want to die.
Boy, little bear, sure wish you could talk. Because I just love to know what's inside that locker that this key opens up. You know that? Must be awfully important if they kill Bernie to get to it. Yeah. What could it be for, huh? Holy cow. Diamonds. Diamonds right here. And pearls. It just don't stop. Oh my gosh. Right here, everything's right. A whole treasure chest full right here. We're rich. Diamonds and rubies, we're rich.
Joe, where have you been?
Nita, honey, we're rich. We're rich. You, me, and Billy Joe Jr. We'll never have to worry about money again.
We don't need money. We got each other.
No, honey, don't you see, darling?
We can send Billy Joe Jr. to the best schools. We can buy you beautiful clothes. Look, we can live in a beautiful house right here, Don. Look. Here.
Honey, where did you get this? I hope you haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, no, Don. I've done something good. Something real good for you and me and Billy Joe Jr. and Elaine and everybody we know. Here, honey. You deserve something real special.
Honey, I told you if we got mixed up in the wrong kind of people, I'd leave you.
Billy Joe, what's going on?
Elaine, honey. We made it, honey. We made it. Look. Honey, this is for you. Right here, kid. Right here, kid.
Look, Jeb, look what Billy Joe has done.
It's all the excitement.
Look what Billy Joe has done. Isn't Billy Joe wonderful? Oh, honey. I love you.
I love you too, Don.
You're wonderful.
You're wonderful.
You're wonderful.
You're wonderful.
We're rich, Bertie Bear, you know that? Oh, no, Elena. Oh, no, this is what the sailor guy's after. Oh, no, what am I going to do now? What? Oh, I got to get this key to Jeb and Ricky.
Why don't you keep that little tape recorder of yours handy? You can let me know what develops.
I'm really surprised at you, Justin. I thought you'd be a lot more interested in Mr. Johnson and all the strange turn of events.
I'm interested. I've just got more on my hands right now to worry about with this oil drilling project. Bubba's moving in the heavy equipment tomorrow. We're going to start drilling a test well.
You are kidding. I had no idea that you could go so quickly.
When a fortune is at stake, Ashley, I don't waste time.
I hope not. Justin, if you don't find oil out there, Ryan Connor will not waste 1 minute firing you.
There's oil out there. Barrels and barrels of it.
Max Decker doesn't think so.
Max Decker is wrong. And within a month, I'm going to prove it.
I'll spend whatever money it takes.
World Oil bought the mineral rights to the Harper place 2 days ago.
Justin didn't waste any time, did he?
He also bought most of the adjoining property to the Marshall land and the Harper property.
Okay. Suppose I make a deal with Justin. Suppose I let him drill on our land in exchange for the Harper mineral rights. You think he'd go for a deal like that?
There isn't any oil on the Harper land, he'd be a fool not to.
Good.
On the other hand, you'd be a fool to make the deal.
Well, suppose I do make the deal. Buy the mineral rights to the Harper land, and then don't let World Oil on my property.
Can't do that, it's illegal.
What could World Oil do to us? Sue?
It's exactly what they would do.
How long could you detain it in court, Daddy?
If Justin can con World Oil, why can't we con Justin?
Because no matter how ruthless Justin's motives might be, they are legal. What you're talking about is not.
Can you slip a loophole into a contract like that so I can break the deal legally?
Max, I'm corporate lawyer for World Oil.
You're also my daddy.
What you're asking is not fair.
All I'm asking is a chance to save our land. Now, if I can't do it legally, I'll do it illegally. I don't care.
And neither do I.
All right, now calm down, the both of you, and give Stryker a chance to come up with a solution that'll be satisfactory to everyone.
I don't think it's possible. Is it, Stryker?
Are you sure there's no oil on the Harper place?
Stryker, I have a prospect report done in 1955 that says there's no oil. Now, I'd bet my last dollar that survey's right.
And what difference does it make? Let Justin put the rigs up. There's no oil. They have to come back down.
But Stryker,
I know. You hate to see rigs on grazing land, but have a little patience, Max. If there's no oil, Justin might win the first battle. You are going to win the war.
Please, let me go. I'll do anything you say.
I told you to shut up!
Forget I ever saw you. If I ever find the key, I'll send it to you, I promise. I'll do anything. Please. Just let me go.
Elena, you either shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. You hear me?
Oh, Jack!
Alex, darling. I don't know if you can understand me or even hear me, but I love you. And I know you can sense that love somehow. Use all my love, darling, to give you strength. I'm going to get you through this, Alex.
Hello, Iris.
Dennis?
What?
Darling, you are a million miles away.
Sorry.
I brought you the evening paper. I thought you might like to see it.
Thank you.
And I also brought you this. Everybody's been talking about how good it is.
A murder mystery? Pardon my humor, Paige. It's been a little warped these days.
I understand, Dennis. You must be feeling a lot of anger and bitterness towards me right now.
Paige,
I mean, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess in the first place.
Paige, did you tell Dad that you saw Mom at the coop the night I murdered Chris Shaw?
Please. Just let me go. I'll do anything you say.
I told you to shut up!
I'll forget I ever saw you. If I ever find the key, I'll send it to you. I promise. I'll do anything. Please. Just let me go.
Elena, you either shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. You hear me?
Oh, Jack!
Stupid. Real stupid.
No!
I got the girl with me. I got a gun pointed at her. We're coming in. Don't try and stop me.
You still napping?
Yes.
You know, I'm worried about Rena. Just mention Jenny or the baby, she bursts into tears.
This has been a very emotional experience for her.
I didn't realize her and Jenny were such good friends.
They've become quite close lately. And with Max so upset about Justin's oil drilling scheme, well, I think it's just been too much for her to handle.
Rena's always been so strong.
A few hours sleep will help her.
I sure hope so. What do you think of Max's illegal plan to save his and the Harper land from the oil rigs?
I have a feeling those were Rena's ideas first.
Well, Justin's not going to find any oil on the Harper land. You bring in a dry well, the rigs will come down, the commotion will be over.
Well, that'll take several months at least.
Well, I don't know. If Justin wants to pay overtime, he could have equipment there by the end of the week.
I just hope Max can control that hot temper of his.
Rena's pretty hot under the collar about it, too.
I'm glad she's supporting Max in this.
That daughter of ours is full of surprises these days.
Darling, you didn't murder Chris Shaw.
You're avoiding my question, Paige. Now, you told me on the night of the murder you saw Mom's car coming out of the coop parking lot. Now, I want to know if you told Dad the same thing.
Yes, I did.
How could you do that?
Because I'm sure that Elliot can help you, but only if he knows the whole truth,
I
Dennis.
thought I told you not to say anything to anyone.
I did it for you, darling.
Oh, come on, that's exactly the kind of thing Mom would say if she was doing something behind my back.
Darling.
Why can't the two of you learn that I don't need that kind of help? I don't want that kind of help.
All right. I couldn't do what you wanted. Dennis, you were asking me to conceal evidence from a crime. Don't you see that
Every bit of evidence has to come out now in order to free you.
I'm not going to be free,
Yes, you
Paige.
are, Dennis. I don't believe you murdered Chris Shaw.
Oh, really? Well, who do you think did it then? You think Mom did it?
I think Iris is capable of a lot more than you believe, especially when her family is concerned.
Now, you listen to me. Mom gave in to blackmail because she thought she was protecting the family name. She would pay to have someone silenced, but that's as far as she would go. She wouldn't kill anyone.
Even to protect...
Not even for that! You better believe that, Paige, because it's the truth.
But I'm not wrong about you. And I'm not going to quietly stand by and see you go to jail for a crime you didn't commit. Dennis, the last thing I wanted to do was upset you. I was just doing what I thought was right.
Look, I know that, Paige.
I'm just trying to make things easier for us. Please don't be mad at me.
I'm not mad, Paige. It's just that...
Just what?
That's something else has come to light, that's what.
New evidence?
Yes. New evidence.
What is it, Dennis?
I can't say. All I can say is that it involves Mom. And it doesn't look too good.
How is he?
The same.
I spoke with Dr. Douglas. He told me that Alex's condition had stabilized.
Yes. He told me that, too. Whatever that means.
Well, it's a good sign. Alex was critical when he was brought in. It means he's past the most dangerous point now.
It's all hospital double talk. To cover the fact that they can't do anything for him.
Well, they're doing what they can.
Are they?
Well, of course they are.
All I know is that my husband is lying there in that bed. He can't hear me. He can't speak to me. And he's been like that since they brought him in.
Well, recovery from a stroke can often be a very slow process.
Sometimes he opens his eyes, but only to stare straight ahead.
I know it's difficult.
No. No, you don't know. First I lost my son, and now...
You haven't lost Dennis.
Have you seen him?
Earlier today.
How is he?
That's why I'm here, Iris. I have to talk to you about Dennis.
Can't you tell me what it is that you found out?
No.
Well, who's told you about this new evidence?
Dad? Ricky's on his way to the hospital to see Mom. He's probably there by now.
Wouldn't it make you feel a little bit better to talk about it, honey?
I can't, Paige.
All right. Whatever you think is best. Can I bring you, some more books the next time I come?
No, don't bother, Paige.
It's no bother.
I haven't been doing much reading lately.
Why's that?
I don't feel like it.
I know it's difficult passing the time, isn't it?
I spend most of my time sitting here staring at the walls, thinking.
About what?
Different things.
About us?
Sometimes.
I think about us all the time, Dennis. About what it's going to be like when you get out of here.
Paige,
It's going to be so different when you get home, darling.
Paige,
There aren't going to be any secrets anymore, ever. I promise. That's all in the past. We're gonna have a wonderful future together.
I don't see any future at all for us, Paige.
Well, you're wrong, Dennis. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to start believing for both.
Look, face it, I may not get out of this place.
You will. You will. Stryker is going to get you out of here.
The DA is pressing for a charge of first-degree murder, Paige.
But no decisions have been made, Dennis. That charge could be changed to manslaughter.
I could still go to jail for 10 years.
I don't believe for 1 minute that you are going to be sentenced to a prison term.
Look, Paige, this is...
All right, all right. All right. Let's just suppose that the worst could happen. I'll still wait for you, darling.
No, Paige.
Yes. Yes, Dennis. And I'm going to do everything I can to get you out of jail as fast as possible. I'll come visit you.
Paige, that's no life for you.
But I'd have you. You are my life, Dennis.
You're wrong, Paige. I think you'd be better. I think you'd be much better off without me.
I don't like to leave Alex for long.
This won't take long.
Tell me, is Dennis all right?
Yes, all things considered.
Did he ask you to come here and speak to me?
No.
I see. Then I suppose he's still refusing to see me.
We didn't discuss it.
Oh.
We did talk about you, though.
Oh. Nothing good, I'm sure. Yes, the two of you would be in perfect agreement. Against me. I will never understand Dennis. After all I did for him, he turns on me.
Just what did you do for him, Iris?
Everything I could to protect him. You know that. When that dreadful Grishaw landed on my doorstep, I allowed myself to be threatened and blackmailed, rather than have Dennis find out about his wife's pornographic film career.
Your only thought was to protect Dennis.
Yes. I was willing to pay $1 million so that he could be spared any kind of hurt.
And it didn't hurt you knowing that you could use that film to force Paige to leave Dennis.
If she really loved him, she would leave him of her own accord. She's brought nothing but disaster into his life.
That's not for you to judge. Dennis loves Paige.
He could never really love a tramp like that. A porno film star. And my son? It's too disgusting for words.
We all have our past indiscretions. Our little secrets.
Nothing compared to what that creature's done. Look, I'm not interested in wasting any more time talking about Paige, if that's what you came for.
No, Iris, it's not. I came here to talk about you.
What about me?
I'd like to know more about what you did to help Dennis the night Chris Shaw was murdered.
Elliot, how can you bring that up now? Here. I don't want to talk about it. I only want to forget.
All Dennis wants is to remember. You know, he still has no memory of actually killing that man.
Because he didn't kill him. Paige did.
I don't think so.
It's obviously Paige. She had the only real motive. She wanted that film, and she did what she had to do to get it back.
Well, that's how it looked at first. But the police won't buy that story anymore.
Because Dennis is protecting her.
Well, Dennis was the only other person in the office the night he was murdered. He was, wasn't he?
How would I know?
What if someone else had been there that night?
What are you getting at? Elliot, I know you too well. Why don't you just come right out and say what's on your mind?
All right. There was someone else in Chris Shaw's office the night he was murdered. And that someone was you, Iris.
What a dreadful thing to say to me. That's insane. Who put that idea into your head, Paige?
Iris, it's a fact. Don't deny it. I have evidence.
What evidence?
This. Your handkerchief with Chris Shaw's blood on it.
You just keep out of the way and the little girl won't get hurt.
Look, you're not gonna get away with this.
Well, we'll see about that.
He killed Bernie, Jeff. He'll kill me, too.
All right. All right, I'm not gonna stop you.
I'm coming out, and I'm warning you, if you try anything, your little girlfriend here has sung her last song.
This is yours, isn't it?
How did you get that?
It was found in the pocket of your raincoat.
Vivian gave it to you.
I forced her. She would never have volunteered it.
I'd forgotten they were still in the coat.
Iris, did you kill Chris Shaw?
How can you even ask me such a thing?
Well, this makes it rather easy.
Put that thing away. It's horrible.
Answer my question. You were there the night Chris Shaw was murdered.
Well, that's obvious.
And you'd do anything to help Dennis.
Not murder.
No?
No. No, I did not kill that man.
If you didn't, and I'm still not certain that's true,
Elliot!
do you realize what you've done? You've done your son a great injustice.
I only wanted to help him, Elliot.
By destroying evidence? That is what you did, isn't it?
I didn't think of it like that at the time.
The blood on that handkerchief. Chris Shaw's, isn't it? Blood from the paperweight the police believe was used as the murder weapon. You used that handkerchief to wipe the fingerprints off that paperweight, didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, what if I did?
Do you realize that what you've done only makes Dennis look more guilty?
I realize it now. Stryker told me that the DA was charging Dennis with first-degree murder because the paperweight had been wiped clean.
First degree means life imprisonment.
But Stryker said that it wouldn't happen. He told me he was trying to get a reduced charge to manslaughter, and Dennis could get a lighter sentence, maybe even a suspended sentence.
Didn't he also tell you that he doesn't hold much hope for that happening? Not when it looks like Dennis deliberately tried to remove evidence from the scene of the crime.
Yes,
Oh,
but
for God's sake, Iris, why haven't you told Stryker the truth?
I've been afraid I would make things even worse for Dennis.
They couldn't be worse. Iris, you must go to Stryker. You have to tell him everything that happened that night.
Are you all right, honey?
I'm, worried about, Rena. She's still sleeping?
Well, she obviously needs the rest. You know, if I hadn't promised to wake her later, I'd let her sleep right through the night.
Maybe we should let her sleep.
No, she wants to visit Jenny.
Where's Max? Hospital?
Yes, but he'll be back for dinner.
You got more work to do?
Yes, but it can wait until later. Do you want to sit and talk?
No, I've got to do some work on Dennis Carrington case. I'll be up in the den.
You're not too optimistic about Dennis's case, are you?
Not at the moment.
Didn't the talk with Elliot help?
No, it didn't help solve the mystery. What's worse is I think Elliot's withholding information himself.
You know why?
The same reason Dennis, Iris, and Vivian won't give me any straight answers.
Do you think they're trying to protect Dennis?
Yes. Heaven knows who Dennis thinks he's trying to protect. Meanwhile, all this silence is hurting his case. I wish I could convince someone of that.
Get up. Get up and fight.
Soldier coming.
You're not at war, Barrett. Stop fighting imaginary enemies.
I've seen enough, top of the world.
Stop punishing
Here.
Ginny for falling in love with me. She stayed with you. She married you. You should have made it count.
Shut up.
I think you've lost her, Barrett. And it's your own fault.
this, Jeannie. I will never let her go when the baby comes.
I promise, Ginny, that I stay away from her and allow her to live her own life. But I'm not going to keep that promise anymore, Barrett. I'm telling you right now, and I'm going to tell Ginny, I'm going to fight you for her. Because you just don't deserve her. I'm going to fight you. And I'm going to win.
You go near her again, Connor, and I'll kill you.
Were there any problems while I was gone, Alfredo?
No, Mrs. Carrington. The lunch crowd was small today.
Oh, good. Better check with the chef to see what he's doing for dinner with that private party tonight, all right?
Certainly. I'll take care of that.
If you need me, I'll be at the bar. Wally? Scotch, please, okay? No, on second thought, make it a double.
I know the feeling.
Thanks, John. Well, hello, Ryan.
Hello, Paige. I guess you heard about Jenny, that she lost the baby.
Yeah, Barrett called me.
Did Barrett say how Jenny was feeling?
I don't think that's any concern of yours, Ryan. I think that's between Barrett and his wife.
Well, Jenny and I were engaged to be married not too long ago, in case you forgot.
Oh, I haven't forgotten. I'd like to, though. And I think you should, too.
Never.
Look, whether you like it or not, Ryan, Ginny chose Barrett. And he loves her, and he's trying to make a go of this marriage.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yes, he is. My brother went through 5 years of hell in that Cambodian prison camp. And the last thing he needs to do is go through another kind of hell here at home.
Well, Barrett happens to be making life miserable for Jenny.
Oh, no. You're the one that's making their lives miserable. A living hell. You're interfering. Trying to keep a marriage apart. It's trying to succeed. Why didn't you just leave town when you were going to before? If everybody would just leave them alone, maybe they could do it.
What's eating you, Paige? How's Dennis?
How do you think he is? Sitting in jail, arrested for a crime he didn't commit?
Then you don't think he killed Chris Shaw?
I know he didn't.
Well, I admire you for standing by him in spite of all the evidence.
I think I'd rather finish this alone in my office.
What's your hurry? Hope you're not running off.
Rena, honey, you have to stop making those accusations.
It's true, Mama. I saw what he did to her, the way he treated her.
If he treated her as badly as you say, she would have left him.
Mama, she felt an obligation to him. And of course she did. Barrett kept telling her over and over again how he survived those 5 years in prison because of her, because he knew that she was going to be waiting for him.
And I'm sure that's one of the reasons he did survive.
That's no reason for her to give up her life for him. It's not her problem that he was captured.
Rena, whether you agree with it or not, it was Ginny's decision.
Well, then Barrett should have been grateful. But no, he had to make her feel guilty because she fell in love with Ryan. Mama, that woman did everything in her power to make that marriage work. And what did Barrett do in his gratitude? He just tore her up, little by little, bit by bit.
Rena, stop this. Now, this isn't good for you or for Ginny. And taking your anger out on Barrett isn't going to solve anything.
I'm just trying to tell you what the problem is.
But, honey, it's not your problem. This is something that Ginny and Barrett have to deal with.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I am not going to stand by and watch Barrett kill Ginny, too. I am not going to smile and pretend that nothing happened, pretend that Barrett is not crazy,
Rena,
because he is
enough.
crazy.
Shh, stop this. Now, sit down. Sweetheart. Now, listen to me. Ginny asked for your help, and you gave it to her. You did everything you could for her.
I didn't do enough.
Dr. Lopez, 96. Dr. Lopez,
She lost her baby.
It's possible she would have lost the baby anyway. You know, she had trouble before.
Mama, the baby.
Honey. Sweetheart, I'm as sad about this as you are. But it's over. And Ginny has to deal with this in her own way. And it's going to be very difficult for her. Now, your attitude toward Barrett, it's only going to make matters worse. What Ginny needs now is kindness and loving and understanding, not anger and resentment.
Barrett is dangerous, Mama. He's unstable. There's no telling what he'll do to Ginny.
Honey, whatever your opinion is of Barrett, you must not express it to Ginny. She's got to sort out her own feelings, and well, whatever decision she makes, it has to be hers. She has to make it on her own without any interference, even from well-meaning friends. Now, if you really care for Ginny, back away. Give her a chance to resolve her problems with Barrett.
I don't think she can handle them on her own. He's just too jealous, Mama.
And Ryan will have to be the one to help her.
Oh, sweetheart, your timing is perfect.
All done?
Yep, how about you?
Well, I've done about all I can do. Remind me tomorrow to pick up something from Hallie.
Oh, that's right. Next week is her anniversary.
Any gift ideas?
Not offhand, but I'll be happy to go shopping with you. Or for you.
Maybe we can go tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. I'll get it. Iris. Vicky, hello. Please.
Vicky, we apologize for not calling.
No, that's all right. Please come on in. Iris is Alex. Oh, his condition is the same.
Is Stryker home?
Yes, he's inside. Come on in. Stryker. Iris and Elliot are here.
Iris.
Hello, Stryker.
Everything all right at the hospital?
Oh, yes. But if you have a moment, I'd like to talk to you.
I've got time.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Rena's upstairs. I want to check on her.
Can I, fix you something?
Not for me, thank you.
Well, Iris, would you like to talk to Stryker by yourself?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
All right. I'll see myself out.
Iris, what's going on?
I have a confession to make.
That's as far as you go.
Get back, Jim!
Back!
Look, man, I'm warning you. If you hurt her...
No!
I'm warning you, man.
Jim!
Keep away!
Do as he says, Jim! No!
I'm on my way to the office.
Drinking alone? That's not very good for you.
You'll have to excuse me. I have a lot of work to do.
Come on, surely you have time to have just one drink.
I
with me.
can't.
Good hostess always makes time for old friends.
All right. One drink.
Bourbon water on the side.
Peter, I'd like you to meet Ryan Connor. Ryan Connor, this is Peter Parnell.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
Ryan is with World Oil.
Oh, really?
Peter Parnell. That name seems to ring a bell for some reason.
Well, it should. My partner, Jim Lawrence, and I do a lot of business with World Oil.
Oh, of course, Lawrence Petroleum.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I've met Jim Lawrence several times, but I've never seen you around here.
Well, I've been spending most of my time at our headquarters down in Galveston until recently.
Oh, I see.
Ryan is Alex Wheeler's executive assistant. He's taken over World Oil since Alex has been ill.
That's strictly a temporary appointment.
Well, I hope we find some time to talk. I'm going to be in town fairly regularly now.
Well, I'm sure we will.
It's a shame about Alex. How's he doing?
Well, he's out of danger. We just don't know the extent of the damages.
Jim's going to be very upset to hear about his illness. They're close friends.
I know, one of his old golfing cronies, Alex told me. Well, I better be going. Got some dinner to prepare back home.
Well, nice meeting you.
Good meeting you, Pete.
So, you didn't tell Mr. Executive Assistant about our little secret?
What now, Dad?
Well, it's up to the police and the court. Iris will have to make a formal statement saying that she found the paperweight next to you, thought it was the murder weapon, and wiped it clean with that handkerchief.
What did Mom think she could prove by hiding things this long?
Iris thought that finding the paperweight next to you was proof that you had, in fact, murdered Chris Shaw. Dennis, you have to try to understand your mother's motives, no matter how unfounded they were.
Dad, what I understand is that Mom has made a mess of things once again. Well, I guess this proves I killed Chris Shaw, doesn't it?
It proves no such thing,
Dad,
Dennis.
come on.
Dennis, until you actually remember killing that man, I refuse to believe you capable of such an act, drunk or sober.
Dad, I just wish I could remember everything that happened that night, that's all.
You will.
But something very important happened, and I can't remember it.
It will come back to you in time.
Maybe. Only I'm not sure it's a memory I want.
You all right? Huh? I'm going after you.
No, Ricky, no! Jim, we gotta help him!
No one saw me because I entered Shaw's office through a back door. And there he was, lying on the floor.
Already dead. Dennis?
He was lying right next to Shaw's body, unconscious,
Where was the paperweight?
on the floor,
Where on the floor?
next to Dennis's hand.
Why did you pick it up?
Just an instinctive reaction. It was covered with blood, and there was blood on Shaw's body. I just picked up the paperweight and took out my handkerchief and wiped it clean. I didn't think.
Where did you put the handkerchief when you finished?
I stuffed it into my raincoat pocket,
Where did you put the paperweight down?
near Chris Shaw's body.
All right, Iris. Tell me again why you picked it up and why you wiped it off.
Instinct.
The instinctive need to protect your son because you thought he had just murdered Chris Shaw.
No.
Iris.
Oh, all right. I don't know. So many thoughts went through my mind in those few seconds. Maybe I did think for a moment that Dennis was guilty, but just for an instant.
Why didn't you tell me this in the hospital when we spoke of Dennis?
I was so upset about Alex and afraid for Dennis. I thought the paperweight lying so near his hand really made him look guilty.
Still been better if the court and police had known about this right away.
Elliot made me realize that today. I was only trying to help my son. And now Elliot tells me I may be responsible for his being sent to prison for life. Stryker, please, you must help Dennis.
Can't make any promises.
I'll do anything.
Well, the first thing you do is tell the DA everything you know, and then if he can substantiate your story, I may be able to plea bargain for a charge of manslaughter. And having this as evidence might help us.
Will Dennis get a suspended sentence if the charge is manslaughter?
I don't know. I'm sure it'll be lighter, but, Iris, you better prepare yourself. You can be arrested as an accessory after the fact.
No, I didn't tell him about our little secret.
Well, it's very smart. It wouldn't serve any purpose for anyone to know that I was in Alex Wheeler's office the night he had his stroke.
What difference does that make, Peter? You told me you had nothing to do with what happened to Alex.
Other people might not see it that way.
Was Alex all right when you left his office?
I told you he was.
I know what you told me.
You don't believe me?
I know you, Peter. And I know you wouldn't tell me unless it suited your purpose. And Alex is a very special...
Now, don't start that old sad story about a wonderful human being Alex Wheeler
If
is.
I find out that
Paige,
anything happened...
don't make any threats that you can't carry out.
If I find out that you were responsible...
You'll what?
I'll go to Ryan Connor.
No. I wouldn't advise that. Not unless you want your darling husband to hear all about your activities in Hollywood.
Dennis already knows about the film that I made, Peter.
Oh, but I'll bet he hasn't heard about all of your other activities.
And just what do you think you would gain by telling Dennis that?
No. Don't get me wrong, Paige. I have no intention of telling Dennis anything. Unless I have to.
You're getting a lot of reading done?
Some?
How's this?
I don't know, Dad. I haven't read it yet. Paige brought it by. She came by earlier.
I should really stop by the club to see how she's getting along.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd look forward to seeing you. You know how much she enjoys seeing you, Dad.
How did your visit with her go?
Well, it's not easy to talk here, especially when she starts going on about our future together.
Well, that's natural enough. Why does it bother you?
Well, face it, Dad, I may not get out of this place.
That's not true. Paige and Stryker and I are going to work to see that it isn't true.
Wish I had your optimism.
Dennis, how do you feel about Paige now?
I must have asked myself that question 100 times or more since I've been in here. I don't know, Dad. I have mixed feelings.
She loves you, Dennis.
I know.
Well, it'll take time for the both of you to work out the problems you're having. But you'll make it, I know.
Maybe. Only I'm not sure it's worth the effort.
Something is really eating at you.
Yes, it is, Dad.
Well, tell me. Is it the film Paige made?
Yes, it still bothers me, Dad.
But I thought you'd gotten over that.
I thought so, too. Maybe I was wrong.
Well, Dennis, we all have things in our past.
Oh, Dad, come on. I don't expect Paige to be perfect. It's not just the film.
It's what?
It's the thought of her... It's the thought of her lying there in another man's arms that way. Tears me up inside.
Does it?
I'll never be able to hold her again without thinking
Oh,
of...
Dennis, you'll get over that.
Will I, Dad? I'm not too sure.
committed a crime, Iris. Wiping off the murder weapon makes you an accessory after the fact.
But Stryker, I did...
You tried to assist Dennis in avoiding arrest. The law regards this criminally punishable.
If I don't tell the police that I'm the one who wiped the fingerprints off that paperweight, then they'll continue to believe that Dennis is trying to cover up?
That's right. That's what the DA believes now. That's why he's pushing for an indictment of first-degree murder.
If I do confess, will Dennis still be charged with first-degree murder?
No, it'll probably be a manslaughter charge. But Iris, it's possible that you'll have to go to prison, too.
I have no choice. I can't allow my son to be charged with murder. Stryker, I want you to call the district attorney immediately.
It's quitting time.
Not for me, it's not. I got all this filing to do.
Why don't you leave that till tomorrow morning?
I hate to leave work undone.
Come on, Ashley, I want to get out of here.
So go on. Who's stopping you?
I want you to come with me.
Justin, we just had a late lunch.
You getting tired of me already, is that it?
No.
Then come with me to supper. I have a very, very special place in mind.
Where?
The Marshall Ranch.
Fine. Look, I'm gonna get some help.
Well, looks like nobody's home.
I still think we should have called before we came out here.
Oh, what for?
Listen, my mama would die if I brought somebody to dinner unannounced, and I bet your grandmother's gonna feel the same way.
Well, with all the trouble with Ginny and the baby, I think Grandma would welcome a little company.
Well, I sure hope you're right.
Ashley, I am always right. Sit right down here. Now, Grandma doesn't drink, but Barry does. There's got to be some good booze around here somewhere. No. Aha. Ashley, what do you feel about the old place?
Oh, it's really, really lovely. You know, I just didn't expect it to be, well, I just thought it'd be more rustic.
As soon as I finish making our drinks, I'll take you on the grand tour.
It's so quiet and peaceful out here. I really don't see how you could ever leave it.
Well, peace and quiet is all right for a day or two. Then it starts to drive me crazy.
You going off and driving race cars. I think you're crazy anyway.
Well, I got that out of my system now. I'm ready to settle down, be an oil man.
Well, don't dwell on that subject. Your grandmother won't invite us for dinner for sure.
Don't you worry about Grandma. I can handle her.
But what is she like? I mean, well, I'm just not sure I'm going to know what to say to her.
Ashley, she's very easy to talk to. Just relax, have a good time.
I am a nervous wreck.
This'll take care of that.
But what does she like? Horses, birds, flowers, what?
Anything that has to do with nature. I don't know, ranching, furniture. She's an expert on antique furniture. She does the crossword puzzle. She reads the Bible twice a day. Would you stop worrying? She is gonna love you.
Where's Max and Rita's cabin?
Just up the road. Would you like to pay them a visit?
No. I think I'd rather stay right here.
Jeb, I want to be with Ricky.
Elena, you can't.
No, he needs me.
Hey, he's gonna be all right.
Well, then why won't they let me see him?
Because he's in surgery right now. You'll get to see him later.
No, I want to be with my brother, Jeb.
I know you do. I know you do. Listen, Elena, come on. It's been a real rough day on you. I know that, but it's over now.
I wish I could believe that. I wish I could.
Listen, I found you on the boat, didn't I? Now, I'm telling you that Ricky is gonna be all right. I promise you that.
When I saw you in the doorway on the ship, I was so afraid.
You know, Elena, you saved my life.
No, if it weren't for me, you never would have been in any trouble. And if it weren't for me, Ricky wouldn't be in any trouble now.
You had no way of knowing that this guy Joe was after you? Yeah, I got her as soon as I could.
No.
Let's go be all right, darling. Let's go be all right, huh?
Ricky has been shot at, and they just took him into surgery.
I know, honey. Look, don't you worry about Ricky, huh? Don't you worry about him, because everything's gonna be fine, I'm sure, huh? That's right. That's what I've been trying to tell her. Hey, what about this sailor guy? Did they catch him? No, they haven't.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mrs. Wheeler? Mr. Billman? This is Judd Rayburn.
We've met. Mr. Rayburn's the assistant district attorney in charge of this case.
Now, have a seat.
Mrs. Wheeler came to me tonight with some information
My
which...
son did not wipe the fingerprints off the paperweight which killed Chris Shaw. I did.
Iris.
Although Mr. Bellman is representing my son, I withheld the information from him in the mistaken belief that I was protecting Dennis. It was wrong. I admit that, and I apologize.
Iris,
no,
please.
please, Stryker. I want to set the record straight. I went to Chris Shaw's office, found him dead, and found my son lying unconscious on the floor next to him. I cleaned the paperweight, dragged Dennis out of the office, and took him home with me.
You knew your son was at Shaw's office?
No, I guessed.
Why?
Tell him the whole truth, Iris.
Dennis discovered that his wife had made a pornographic film, which Chris Shaw produced.
Did Dennis know that Shaw was blackmailing you?
Yes. He was very distraught. He started drinking, and he threatened to go to Shaw's office and settle things with him.
Well, please go on, Mrs. Wheeler.
I became worried when I called Dennis's apartment, and there was no answer. So I decided to pay a visit on Mr. Shaw myself, and that's when I found Dennis.
And that's when you destroyed any evidence you thought might connect Dennis to the murder?
Yes. You must understand, Dennis couldn't have wiped off those fingerprints. He was so drunk he couldn't even stand up alone.
Do you think your son killed Chris Shaw?
If he did, it was not willful or deliberate. It was an accident.
Will you allow Mrs. Wheeler to make a statement for the record?
Yes.
I'll ask a clerk to come in.
Your timing's perfect, Stryker.
What does that mean?
Mr. Rayburn thinks we're making a grandstand play for the grand jury. Mother confesses to save son from life imprisonment.
I'm telling the truth. He doesn't believe me.
Mrs. Wheeler, did your maid see you wipe off those fingerprints?
No.
But she did help you get Dennis out of the office and back to your house.
Yes.
Because you ordered her to?
Yes.
But you didn't tell her what had taken place in the office before she got there.
I told her as little as possible.
You have anything more to add?
No.
Okay. As soon as that statement is typed, you can sign it.
Is it possible to arrange bail for my son now?
We'll see, Mrs. Wheeler. We'll see.
I thought bail could be arranged for a manslaughter charge.
Well, first, the DA has to decide whether to reduce the charge.
Well, if it's up to that man, I think we've wasted our time.
Oh, I don't think so. I believe you.
Oh, honey, I was just about to come up and check on you.
Oh, I didn't mean to sleep so long.
Feeling better? Why don't you go back to bed?
I've got to go to the hospital. Got to see Jimmy.
Will you have something to eat first?
Thank you. I'm not hungry, but I would like some tea.
Okay. I'll go to the hospital with you.
You afraid I'll run into Barrett and create a scene?
Will you?
Don't worry. I'll stay clear of him. Person I really want to see is Courtney. Maybe she could do something for him.
Oh, Rena, honey, you can't go to Courtney and tell her you think her brother is crazy.
I wasn't exactly going to put it that way.
I think Ginny should be the one to talk to Courtney.
She was planning to, until Barrett caused her to lose her baby.
Now, you don't know that Barrett caused Ginny to lose the baby.
Yes, I do. His behavior caused her a great deal of strain. Then he locked her in the cellar, slapped her, knocked her to the ground when he found her talking to Ryan.
The baby was in trouble from the beginning, honey. Why can't you accept that?
Wish I could. Just can't.
Are you pregnant?
No. But I have been thinking about having a baby. It's a funny thing. Max wants a baby more than anything else in the world.
But you're afraid?
I'm terrified.
Miss Decker,
How is my brother?
we're getting ready to operate.
You said that earlier.
We've been trying to locate the exact position of the bullet fragments.
Is Ricky gonna be okay?
Your brother's lost a great deal of blood. As far as we can tell, the bullet is lodged in the upper back near one of the thoracic vertebrae. The bullet punctured his right lung, but fortunately missed the heart.
I just want to know, is Ricky gonna be all right?
We're going to do the best we can.
Look, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine.
Your brother is a young man and in excellent physical shape that will certainly stand in his favor. If there are any further complications, I'll have a nurse notify you. Otherwise, I'll talk to you after surgery.
Oh, hey, thank you very much, Doctor. We appreciate everything you've been doing. Thank you. Well, now, I thought the doctor sounded real optimistic, didn't he, huh? Yeah, he did.
Not to me, he didn't.
Oh, don't look now, but I think our troubles are just starting here. What are you talking about? Well, I spent 3 years in Huntsville. One thing I learned was to spot a cop a mile away, and here they come. Now, you be careful what you say, all right? I gotta go make a phone call.
Miss Decker? I'm Detective Michaels, New York City Police Department. This is my partner here, Detective Phillips. We'd like to ask you some questions.
I was amazed at all that green grass and all those pretty flowers.
What'd you expect?
Well, nothing as beautiful as this.
Well, when you come to the ranch from the north, there's a field of wildflowers that'll take your breath away.
Consider the lily, how it grows. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, even Solomon in all his glory was never arrayed like one of these. You know, Justin was showing me your house. I sure do admire your taste in furniture.
Thank you.
Oh, especially that rocker in the living room. That must have been in your family for years.
No, only 10 years. Ginny picked it up in an antique shop.
Well, I do love a good rocker, especially when I work my crossword puzzles.
Justin, are you still going to carry out that fool notion of yours to drill for oil on the Harper place?
Yes, Grandma, but I don't think we have to talk about that right now, do we?
Now, does that mean you'll be coming out here more frequently?
Yes, ma'am. Why? Would you object?
No, but I have a feeling that Barrett might not make you feel very welcome.
Well, I talked to Barrett at the hospital this afternoon. He sounded pretty good shape.
He's still in shock over the baby.
Yes, I imagine he is.
You know, I was so sorry to hear about Jenny. When will she be getting out of the hospital?
In a day or so.
Well, you know, I've heard so much about her. I would just love to meet her.
Well, maybe, when she's feeling better.
Oh, I would just love that.
Where's Steve, Grandma?
Oh, he's down at the stable with Guy. I'd better go call him to come on up for supper.
Well, why don't you let Ashley and me go on down and get him? I'm sure Ashley would like to see more of the ranch.
Well, don't be gone too long.
Well, Justin, maybe you'd like me to stay and help you with something?
Thank you. I can manage.
Well, Grandma, what do you think?
Justin, are you going to marry that girl?
Well, we're just friends, Grandma. I just want you to like Ashley as much as you like Rena.
That'll take some doing.
Rena, honey, why don't you make an appointment with your doctor? And then you'd know what chance you have of having a healthy baby.
I think I will.
You know, just because Jenny had trouble doesn't mean you will, too.
I know that, Mother.
How long have you been thinking about having a baby?
Not too long. A couple of weeks. Are you surprised?
No. Have you talked about this to Max?
No, I haven't. I wanted to make sure that I could deal with it before I did. I don't think I can.
Sweetheart. I'll help you.
Do you think I'm being childish or selfish?
No. You're not the first woman to have those fears. I believe there's a way to overcome them.
I'm positive that Barrett had a lot to do with Jenny losing her baby. I'm so afraid for her, Mother.
Rena, I want you to do me one favor. Allow Jenny to work things out with Barrett on her own.
Suppose she can't. Then what happens? Suppose Barrett hurts her again.
Barrett can't do anything to hurt her while she's in the hospital. And when she goes back to the ranch, she'll have Kate and Steve and Jeb.
Mother, all those people were there before. That didn't stop Barrett from hurting Ginny.
Rena, you have to back off. Please. Because if you don't, Barrett will continue to blame you for all the trouble. And that's not good for Ginny.
If I see that Ginny is in any trouble,
All right. Then you can help her.
I wonder how Elena is doing. Wish I could do something for her.
Now, you say you turned around and this sailor, Joe, was missing.
Yeah, that's right.
If you don't mind, I'd like Miss Decker to answer.
Well, look, man, I was there. I saw the whole thing happen, all right?
I know, Mr. Hampton, but Miss Decker was kidnapped, and I'd just like to get her side of the story first, all right?
Yes, he was gone.
Now, let me get this straight. You say you knew this Joe from before, from Houston.
Yes,
And in Houston, he drugged you and kidnapped you.
yes.
Yet, you failed to report any of this to the authorities.
Why do I have to keep going over this?
Well, you have to understand, Miss Decker, that your story is just a little bit hard to swallow.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say you don't believe her?
I'm trying to say that I think it's very strange that this young lady was abducted twice and no one went to the authorities.
Because the authorities, as you put it there, will not do anything unless somebody is missing for 24 hours, right?
Jeb, I want to go. I want to go see Ricky.
Now, Miss Decker, the hospital staff knows that we're here, so if there's any news of your brother, they'll show up.
Yeah, but I already told you everything that I know.
I know, Miss Decker, but it just doesn't seem to fit together.
Hey, her brother was shot. What doesn't fit?
I'll ask the questions, Mr. Hampton, okay? Thank you. Now then.
Look, don't you think she's gone through just a little bit too much today, huh?
I could ask you to come down to the station if you think that would be better, Mr. Hampton.
I'll tell you what I think would be better. It would be better if you would just get off her back for now.
No, it's all right, Jeb.
Hey, come on. You shouldn't have to go through this right now.
I just want to get this over with.
Fine. Now, you say this Joe and his boss were looking for something they thought you had.
Yes, a key.
Key? What kind of key?
I don't know. It was just a key. They thought that a friend of mine had given it to me.
Bernie Stokes? That's the name you gave us before.
Yes, that's right.
And you don't have this key?
No! I don't know anything about a key.
That will be $2.50 for the first 3 minutes, please.
Hello?
Hey, sugar darling, you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Hi, honey.
I hope I didn't wake you.
No, I was just watching myself some TV.
Hey, it's kind of late for you to be up, ain't it?
Yeah, I know, but I guess I'm not tired yet. Feeling pretty lonesome without you.
I know. I can't wait to get home, honey. I got so much to tell you about things been happening up here.
Honey, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from a hospital in New York.
Well, is everything all right? Why are you calling from a hospital?
I'm fine, sugar. I'm fine. It's just Elena. She ran into a little problem here.
Well, what happened to her?
It's a long story, honey. I really can't get into it over the phone.
Village, you're right. You tell me. Is she all right?
Yeah, she will be.
Well, what do you mean she will be?
Listen, Nita, I really can't get into it right now. Now, you're just going to have to trust me, all right? Everything's going to be fine.
Honey, you got...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you all upset like this. Just, I wanted to talk to you so bad, I probably shouldn't have even called you at all.
Are you sure that Elena's all right?
Yeah, honey. She's going to be fine, really. Now, I'm going to be back tomorrow, and I'm going to tell you about this whole thing, okay? We'll talk it all over. I just wanted to call and check on you is all.
Well, is Lena coming back with you?
Well, yeah, she might, and then again, she and Jeb might stay up here a couple of days with Ricky.
Well, Ricky, now what's wrong with Ricky?
Oh, look, honey, I'm sorry I brought this whole thing up.
That'll be $1.50 for the next 3 minutes.
Now, look, Nita, I can't talk anymore, honey. I don't got any more change, all right? Now, I want to see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Hey, is Billy Joe Jr. okay?
Well, he misses you about as much as I do.
Oh, I sure do love you, sugar bums.
I love you too, babe.
Hey, now, I want to be back tomorrow, all right? Now, don't you worry, you hear?
All right.
Bye.
Goodbye, Nita. You're gonna be all right, Lena. This kid's gonna take care of all of us.
You want to go back to reception area?
Yeah, in a minute.
You all right?
Jeb?
Yeah.
Do you think that Joe got away?
Listen, I want you to forget about that, okay?
Jeb, I can't forget about it. He was going to kill me. And he would have killed you, too.
Well, he didn't.
Yeah, he was shot.
Look, you know, for all we know, the guy probably fell overboard.
Yeah, but what if he didn't?
Elena, he knows that you don't have the key. I mean, you said that yourself. And he also knows that you've been here with the police. So he is not going to try and bother you again.
Yeah, but what happens if he comes back to Houston?
He's not going to do that.
Yeah, but what if he does?
If he does, I'm going to be there. And I'm going to be there with you. Okay?
Jeb, I get so frightened when I think of what would have happened if you hadn't found me.
Elaine, you know something? You did something real smart. I mean, when you left that bracelet there in the shape of an S.
I thought it was smart, too, until I found out that Skip was just a phony name that Joe had given me.
But that didn't matter, because we knew it was the guy from the coup.
Jeb, hold me, please. Hold me.
Everything's gonna be all right. I promise you.
Can I fix you something to drink?
No, thank you.
Well, I think I'm going to have something.
Vivian, I've never seen you have a drink before.
That's because I've never had a drink before, except beer. Whenever Mrs. Wheeler's upset, she always heads for the cognac.
I think everything is going to be all right, Vivian.
How can you say that? You were even married to Mrs. Wheeler at one time. You should know what she's like.
Yes, I do know what she's like.
I can't drink that. I'm just going to have to be nervous. Mr. Carrington, I should never have given you that handkerchief.
Now, Vivian, you did the right thing.
Oh, Mrs. Wheeler's not going to think that I did the right thing. She's going to be very upset with me, Mr. Carrington. She might not forgive me. I think I'm going to try to have this drink.
No, Vivian. Vivian, here. Come here. Now, sit down.
I can't sit down.
Vivian, what Iris did was wrong. Wiping the fingerprints off that paperweight. Even she will have to see that.
She won't see it.
Vivian, by removing the evidence, Mrs. Wheeler only made Dennis look more guilty. Because of what she did, Dennis could have been sentenced to life imprisonment.
I know that.
And Mrs. Wheeler was also wrong not to allow you to come forward immediately about having driven Dennis home from the coop the night of the murder.
I'm not so sure I would have come forward anyway, no matter what Mrs. Wheeler might have said.
I know, Vivian. When Dennis told me he was turning himself in, I urged him to wait, to think it over. But I was wrong. We were all wrong. If we truly believe in Dennis's innocence, then we have to be completely open now about everything that happened that night.
I agree. I'm just not sure Mrs. Wheeler is going to see it that way. Hello, Mrs. Wheeler.
Hey, look who's here.
Max! Oh, Max!
Listen, are you all right?
Okay, but Ricky, Max.
I know about Ricky. I talked to one of the nurses.
He's been in surgery for such a long time.
I know, but those things, they take time. Are you sure you're all right? You're not hurt or anything?
No, I'm okay. They scared me half to death, but they didn't hurt me, not physically. How did you get here? I mean, how did you find out about Ricky and me?
Well, I read a review of your act in one of the New York newspapers, and I decided to call you.
Then how did you find us here?
Well, I got your hotel phone number from Aunt Maggie, and I called. Finally got Billy Joe to admit that you were missing.
Billy Joe didn't tell me that you called.
Yeah, I know, but because I didn't know if I'd be able to get a flight to New York tonight.
Mac. If Ricky dies, I'll never forgive myself.
Don't even think that,
I
Lena.
can't help it, Mac. Ricky is the only one in this family that you really love, and if you lose him...
We are not going to lose him, Elena. And he's not the only one I love. I love you, too. Honey, I'm home.
Stryker. Max just called from New York. He said Elena's fine, but Ricky's been shot and he's in surgery.
What the devil happened?
I don't know. Rena didn't get all the details. Max didn't want to stay on the phone too long. He wanted to get back to Elena.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, honey, your mother just told me about Max's call.
Yes, Daddy.
Are you sure you don't want me to go to the hospital with you?
No, I'll be all right. I want you to stay here and have dinner with Daddy.
Aren't you going to have dinner with us?
I'm not hungry. Since Max is going to be in New York tonight, I'd like to stay here rather than go to the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, I won't be long. Bye, honey. Bye.
Well, how did it go with Iris?
About as well as could be expected.
Tell me all about it.
Well, Iris told the police everything she told me and a few things that she didn't tell me about. I wish she had told me about Chris Shaw blackmailing her. This could have all been avoided.
You think you're going to be able to keep Dennis out of prison?
I don't know. I hope so. I'm going to talk to the DA tomorrow. Maybe we can work things out. That's if Iris doesn't pull any more surprises on me.
How did things go with Stryker?
I told him everything.
Well, I think that's very wise.
He took me to the police.
Mrs. Wheeler, please don't be mad at me for giving that handkerchief to Mr. Carrington.
I am mad, Vivian, but not at you. I'm mad at myself for having been so foolish.
You weren't foolish.
Oh, yes, I was. I made things worse for Dennis. I see that now. I should have encouraged him to go to the police immediately.
I guess we were all too concerned about Dennis that way.
Did the police believe what you told them?
There's a man from the DA's office there, Mr. Rayburn. I don't think he believed me at all.
Yes, but Stryker believed you.
Yes.
Well, that's important.
What's going to happen now, Mrs. Wheeler?
I don't know. Suppose I could go to jail.
To jail?
It's possible.
Why?
For concealing evidence. But Stryker doesn't think that will happen.
But if Stryker says that, then he's probably right.
You're not mad at me for what I did?
No. I only wish you'd done it sooner. I wish I'd done it myself. And I apologize.
What for?
For having dragged you into this terrible mess.
Oh, Mrs. Wheeler, I'd do anything for you. You know that.
Yes. I do know that.
And this key, you don't know what it's for or why those men were so anxious to find it?
No, I have no idea. I kept telling them that.
Are you sure those guys really wanted to kill you?
I know they would have.
What about now?
I'm not sure.
Listen, maybe you should come out to the ranch and stay for a couple of weeks. Jeb is staying at our house right now, but he could go back up to the Marshall Ranch. And, hey, listen, maybe you could go back up to the Marshall house yourself, too. Maybe that'd be even better.
Oh, Grandma Kate wouldn't want me there, not after all the trouble I've gotten into.
No, that's not true. She understands you maybe better than anyone. Well, anyone except Rena.
How is Rena?
Well, she's okay. She's upset about Ginny.
Oh, Ginny. Jeb is trying to reach Ginny right now by phone. I wonder if he's going to be able to talk to her.
Well, if she's sleeping, the hospital will take a message, and at least she'll know that he was thinking about her.
Jeb.
been through so much, and now Ginny.
I hated telling him about Ginny losing the baby, but I didn't have much choice.
I wonder if something's happened to Ricky. It's been so long, Max.
Listen, if anything had happened, a doctor or a nurse, they would have come out to tell us. They know where we are. Listen, don't cry, honey.
Max, I have made such a mess of things. And I've hurt so many people. I guess you were right. That's what I get for chasing rainbows.
You found Jeb. Maybe you'll turn out okay after all.
Steve sure does admire Max and Rena, doesn't he?
Oh, when Barrett was in the prison camp for 5 years, nobody even knew he was alive. Max did a lot of the fathering. Rena let him do things that Ginny wouldn't even allow. Eating cake just before dinner, things like that. So, Steve thinks Rena is really super.
Well, that's an opinion shared by most of the Marshall men.
And the Marshall women, too. Tell me, Ashley, did you have a nice day?
Nerve-wracking, but nice. Despite the fact that I think your grandmother would just as soon King Kong be sitting at her table as me.
Well, it takes a while for Grandma to warm up to people. She still hasn't warmed up to me, but I'm trying every day.
Well, I wonder why all of a sudden you're so interested in becoming a part of the family. I thought that you didn't care any more about them than they cared about you.
What's wrong with wanting to get back to your roots?
Nothing. I just don't know what you expect to gain from it.
Sense of belonging. You don't believe me?
Who owns this ranch?
Grandma.
Who's gonna get it when she dies?
Children. Grandchildren. Great-grandchildren.
Paige doesn't care about this place, does she?
No, no.
So, that leaves Courtney, Barrett, Steve, and Jenny. How many of them can you convince to drill for oil?
All of them. Eventually.
It has been quite a day.
It certainly has.
When I left the courthouse this afternoon, I ran to an old friend of mine, a lawyer who used to work for Mike Marshall. He says that he thinks there's oil on the Marshall land and on Max's place, but not on the Harper place.
Well, then why did Justin commit World Oil funds if he doesn't really believe he'll find oil?
Well, according to Max, Justin's doing it just to get him riled up.
Oh, no, that doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense to me either, but Justin's done a lot of things that don't make sense over the years.
Most of his actions have been very self-serving.
I know. I just can't figure out what he's up to.
No good, no doubt. Honey, are you going to be able to help Max and Lena?
Well, not if what Justin's doing is illegal. As far as I can see, nothing illegal about it. I'll check on it tomorrow. Hey, is Rena mad at me?
No, not that I know of. Why?
Yes, she hasn't said 2 words to me. I know she's upset because Ginny losing the baby, but usually we can talk things out.
You can't help her with this problem, honey. Rena's thinking of having a baby. Now that Ginny's lost hers, well, she's really frightened.
When did she tell you that?
Tonight.
Well, that's ridiculous. Just because Ginny had trouble doesn't mean Rena's going to.
I know, but it's a very real fear. It has nothing to do with logic or common sense.
I don't understand.
That's why she didn't talk to you.
Were you able to reassure her?
I did what I could. but it's going to take time.
Do you think we're ever going to have any grandchildren?
I'm sure we will.
It's good to have you home again.
It's good to be home again.
How's Mr. Wheeler doing?
No better, no worse.
But he's out of danger now?
He seems to be. I'll call the hospital later. Dr. Douglas said we might be able to bring him home in a few days.
Oh, we'll take good care of him here.
Yes, we will.
Mr. Carrington, have you had dinner yet?
Well, actually, I haven't.
I know it's kind of late, but I didn't have dinner because I didn't have much of an appetite myself. How about if I made us all omelets?
That sounds very nice.
Okay. I'll let you know as soon as they're ready.
You're very fortunate to have someone like Vivian here.
Very fortunate.
What have I done?
You've done the right thing.
But did I do it too late?
Well, I hope not, Iris. All we can do is wait and see.
My husband is lying in the hospital, paralyzed. My son won't talk to me. I feel so alone.